be right with you in a few seconds. I'm just gathering myself around here. Really didn't know I was gonna go live that soon into this. Oh, something's wrong here. Something is wrong. Make it a little stiffer, you know. Um, Once again, um, it is amazing to be here with you guys. Um, we'll get started right now. We'll try to see if we could do something from beginning to end. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. All right. Um, let's see what we could watch at the same time. I like watching kind of news and stuff like that. Even though I love watching debates. That's one thing I love is debates, man. I really enjoy Christian versus Muslims and anything that's uh, salvation and not salvation, but more like how can I say? I like debates. I love. I mean, I'm a Christian, full born again Christian, but I love watching debates on Catholics. Not Catholics, but yeah, Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants against Muslims. Really good reactions. But yeah. So let's just begin with if we can. Let's begin by um yeah. This guy has it all. This guy just has everything I need. Everything I need is right there. Everything I need is just right there. I mean, it's a very um, yeah, it's something that most definitely I think I enjoy the most. Let's look at YouTube. Let's look at YouTube here. Let's see what's translating here. Yeah. Hmm. Nice. Let's see if we could get at least one person to view us today. That oh boy, oh boy, they're getting him. They're getting him from above. My God. All right. Well, anyways, guys, let's see. What do you guys? I just can't make just anything. I mean, it has to be something, right? I don't know. I was looking towards doing you know, just making something happen here. Um, I mean, I definitely know that. I definitely know that I want to be able to do another face, another face, another time. You know how things go there. Why does it do that noise? This mic wasn't doing that before, but I don't know. Started. I'm not sure if it's the dust. Anyways. Oh man, I hear the baby in the background. Well, anyways, see, I was thinking of something here. Something along the lines. I did this one yesterday. I was thinking of doing this one now, but very different. I also, I also, yeah. Look at the veins and everything in there. Wow. Let's save that. Very important. Oh, look, this would look fun. This would be like a fun one to do. It's like a challenging, it's a lot going on there. Usually these guys, we got the Beatles over here. Well, I mean, I just, I don't know right now which one to do. It's so hard because I got so many that are just great. You'll see them now. So this is the political one, caricatures, and this is the regular caricatures, the stars and so forth. This guy would be fun to do. That would be a funny guy to do. The Duxa Hazard. Let's see if I could find anything else on him, boss. Oh man. Yeah. I also got some in there and here. I just don't want to go through it. It's so much red tape. Let's look at this guy. Let's look at the images. See if we could come up with something good. I don't know about this. Malachi, you gotta get back. Gotta get back our country, Malachi. Gotta get back our country. That's how Trump says it. Yeah, that would be fun. This would be like a fun one to do today, right now. Yeah, to exaggerate like some of his stuff, right? Let's see if I'm not sure what's going on. This mic today is acting up. Might have to get a new one. Might have to get a new, see, it starts making these noises. Jeez. Jeez Wheeze. Can you stop it? Stop it. Oh boy, here it comes. It's looking pretty good. Well, you got Hishkoff, you know, I'm not good with names, by the way, so I think it's like Ben Stiller, right? Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller. I don't know. I'm gonna. Yeah, this guy. This guy looks like he's fun to do. Like with no doubt. Oh man, it just doesn't come in. It just doesn't come in right. It just doesn't settle right. I'm kind of settled in, eh? It's at the highest, imagine. I mean, I am putting the the largest. And even then, I'm not getting, it's half as good. Let's see if I could maybe find some caricatures. I don't know, Malika. You gotta tell me what to do here. Malika is a special boy. He's a big boy. He's big. We got no taxes on tits. That's what that is. No taxes on tits. That's the main priority right now. It's no taxes on tits. Can buy them all. Yeah, I would get a caricature of this guy. Definitely. I love this guy. I love the Dukes of Hazzard guys, by the way. I love them. Such influence in my life, real influence. Look, we got this guy over here, right? Got him going there like it is. Might have to maybe even copy that one there. But yeah. I really don't see any other oh man, look. This grave, wow man, 1990. He's been gone for a while. Wow. This guy's an American hero. He's gone, but wow, man, that's sad. That's just since 1990, man. You can't blame him. I mean, look at him. I mean, you can't blame him. What the? I really like the show. It was a big time. There's so many. So many. Let's just play with these three right here. I'm guessing. I'm not sure what's going on with this thing here now. I am not really sure what's going on. You know? This guy, believe it or not, he's still alive. This actor, I was going through some videos on YouTube. I'm really talking for real. Oh, the characters here suck. On Pinterest. I don't know, Malachi. Gotta get back. Gotta get back. Gotta get back. Gotta get back. Can't continue losing our country to the immigrants. Can't. We won't. Gotta have a massive deportation. Ah, yeah. Let's, yeah. Yeah, we don't even have one viewer. Not even one viewer, papito. Not even one viewer. I didn't even understand that. How do you understand that?
The least while the election was going on and who was committed to it. So you're also involved in the
We gotta
election
change
stuff that's
that.
going on, right? But at the same time, you got a petition. I think something came out that says more than 2.2. Thank you so much, Kelly. More than 2.2 million people have signed it.
There we go. There we go.
Why do you think that is? Well, I think the topic of pornography has always been divisive.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go, papito. There we go.
I think pornography is just emblematic of those. In fact, it's a little more public. It's more in your face. That's the nature of it. It's sex for the public. So you're going to have people who have really deeply held convictions about the proper place of sex in our society. And that's a good debate. There's something wrong with that.
Nice.
It takes 2.5 million signatures. We have 130 million daily active users. So people have voted with their mice and with their feet in terms of...
PBD is podcast is interviewing the Pornhub guy. Lord knows what the heck is going on. But hopefully they're able to let's do this fat guy then. You know, what the heck. Oh my god. I swear I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. Let me see if I could in any way, shape or form, nice. I'm dropping some of these guys on that is not that important then, I guess. '94. He passed away in '94. He was 63. 64 years old. Man, he wasn't that old, dude. I mean, Jesus, come on, man. This mic. What's going on here? Why is it giving me all that friction? I hadn't done it before. Till now. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. It just does it. I don't know why. Oh well, anyways. The point here is that we're gonna make this guy here. I am trying to. Nah. I don't know. I didn't see anything with the caricatures. You know that? Oh look, that's him. Wow, looks good, man. Just looks good. That's all it is. He looks good. Jesus. Oh my God. Traffic lights. What the fuck? Oh Lord. This is like eternity. Eternity. I don't understand. Oh look, there's more pictures of him here. Oh man, I didn't even know this. Holy cow. Oh my. Oh man, I gotta hand it to you. This is unbelievable. Yeah, this guy was so cool, man. He's probably a cool guy, you know. Must have been. Um, for some things, I'm using these as reference to exaggerate some of his parts to see if it happens. I'm still learning how to do caricatures, so it's not like I, you know, got it down packed. But still making ends meet with that. Um, nah, he was in races. He's around stars. Look at him over here. Looks at Dukes of Hazzard, bro. The whole entire Shalon. Look at them. Stun doubles. The old guy. She was a star, huh? Yeah, he must have been such a great actor, man. I really wish I would have paid more attention at that time, right? But how far is far, right? No, look, he also came out in some movies. So cool. Hmm. I guess these are things he started in. I'm guessing that's him, right? Could it have been? Who knows? Um, yeah, he's such a big star, man. Such a big star. I mean, yeah, there's not much else. I think I'll do with this. Oh, where is this thing? So always keep on top and yeah, lock the baby up, lock the baby up. First, gonna use this guy right here. Hopefully, I could exaggerate his way he just looks at things. I'm gonna be playing this.
Of where they're going to go, but of course, it's going to be a subject of public debate.
How do you handle that? How do you handle that when these 2.2 million? I'm assuming some of these guys are. Is this the one shut down Pornhub and hold its executives accountable for aiding trafficking? Right. So that's what site is this on, Rob? If you can show me what site.
Well, it started at change.org petition, and then apparently so many people signed it, they changed it to traffickinghubpetition.com.
And let me ask you. So what does this do? What if they get 5 million? What if they get 10 million? What if they get 20 million? Does it mean anything? And can they do anything to you to shut down the website?
Well, I say this, I'll let Alex from the ALO perspective, that the company itself, I'm obviously in the ownership group, but it's based on false premises, right? It's based on a conflation of consensual, legitimate sex work with trafficking. And, even using that terminology, trafficking hub, what that does is it robs people of agency. We believe in self-determination. Individuals have the right to make free choices about their body and to monetize those choices as responsible adults on a safe platform. And yes, there will always be those who ideologically believe that that is wrong, but we disagree, whether it's 2.5 million or however many signatures. But Alex has seen that for a decade plus,
Yes.
obviously.
Unfortunately, that's exactly right. So there is this continuing conflation, and I think that it's really important to clarify the fact, right, that like sex trafficking and consensual sex work, they don't even exist on a spectrum. These are two very different things, right? Like we're talking about something that is against the law and putting people in a lot of danger. And then like what Saul was saying, it's people that are just trying to make a living and pay taxes, right? When we're talking about legal consensual sex work. So what we do at Pornhub specifically is we offer a platform that is safe, that is leading in trust and safety, that is leading in compliance. And we offer a platform where people can do exactly that. They can express themselves. We're very big on freedom of expression. That's one of our core values as a brand. One of our core values is also consent. So we're very proud to have a platform where people can do exactly that. They can express themselves and they can monetize their legal work.
Okay, so is there any underage porn on Pornhub?
No.
Absolutely not.
Zero.
Zero.
And how do you verify? Like, how do you know out of all the porn that's on Pornhub that nobody that ever shot the video at the time was under 18 years old?
Sure.
So-
Yeah.
This is a very good
We can
question.
both answer that
You sure
one.
can. Go ahead, Alex. You go first.
But I think it's really important that people understand that to upload content to Pornhub, it's actually it's quite difficult, and that's by design. It's not just like, okay, I can kind of like you do on Instagram or on social media where I have something on my phone, I just want to throw it up there for public consumption. It's quite the opposite. So in order to be able to upload anything to Pornhub, you first have to become verified. So that means you have to go through a program where you have to scan an ID. You have to make sure that there's a likeness test that matches the ID of the person that's on there to the face that's of the uploader.
Nice.
Once you've gone through that process and that's been verified by a third party that we use called Yoti, can you then get to the point where you're actually able to upload? And then again, there's a number of different checkpoints that a piece of content has to go through before it ever goes live. So these are things like verifying the consent and identity of every single person that appears in a scene. We then scan the content against a number of different databases that contain hashes, so to make sure that there's no known illegal content of any kind. So that could be...
How do you know how old the person was in the porn when it was shot, at the time that it was shot? Because somebody could have give you the porn, and today
It's
19
becoming
years old, but when the
difficult to
girl
deal with
shot
the
her, she was
Lord.
15
Ay,
years
ay, 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 ay.
How
What's
do
going on
you
here?
regulate that?
So the ID has to be current of the
Diddy
time
diddy.
that the paperwork is submitted.
I know, but how do you know when the video was shot, when the porn was shot?
Because there's... Do you want to talk about
Yeah, well,
2257
it's important to
law?
understand.
I don't
the-
think she
the-
knows.
The legal
I don't think she
regulations.
never,
behind
yeah.
this. So first of all, for any adult content that's produced in the United States, the regulations require that prior to the shooting of the content, that there is a form filled out that has age, identity, consent, and rights release for the use of that content. What many people don't know about Pornhub is that all the content is moderated. So unlike YouTube or X, you can't just upload something. It has to be reviewed by a moderator. And the moderator is looking at, number one, the documentation. But this is just to understand that the scale of this effort. right? I always say this is a company that really puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to keeping the platform safe. This is not cheap to do this. We're in an age now where trust and safety is being reduced on many of the major platforms. We're investing, I say this from the ownership perspective, we're investing more heavily than ever.
But how do you do that though? Like what I want to know is, and by the way, just so you know, I'm right now while I'm speaking to you, I'm looking at stories that's coming up. So like right now I just typed in, this is my first time ever going on this thing called Trafficking Hub after I saw that. I saw the 2.2 million people here based on what's on Wikipedia, right? So if I go over here, then a story comes up with New York Times, the children of Pornhub, right? Okay, so I clicked on that. So this story right here, right? Can you zoom in, Rob? What's this story about that New York Times wrote? Do you guys know?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
What's it about?
that's the story. That's the story, by the way, that gave the opportunity to purchase this company because it led to some really significant reforms. So prior to the publication of this opinion piece,
Oh, he's
and that's what
smart.
it is, it's not a news piece. It's
Smart.
an opinion piece by Nicholas Kristof.
Smart one.
Pornhub
Stupid.
did not require the ID for all uploaded content.
He's not
Within weeks of
stupid.
publication, this is well before we acquired the company, the company took a pretty dramatic step, which is it removed 8 million pieces of content where they didn't hold the ID for the uploader. So the rest of the industry, which continues on, by the way, doing exactly what was happening pre-2020, said, your site's going to die. Nobody is going to upload content if they have to provide their ID, where every single uploader has to provide ID.
Right.
And in fact, Pornhub transformed the user-generated content industry as a result of this and other challenges, which is, by the way, exactly what should happen in the tech industry. Problems should be identified. So, like, I don't hold any grievance against the identification of problems and challenges. That's how you get better, right? And what happened, this is my description, it's only my opinion, is that you had the content creator revolution, which has changed the internet.
Right.
It collided with the adult entertainment industry. Neither were really ready for each other. So
No.
from the content side, the creators said, we're going to get eyeballs and monetization. The adult industry said, we're going to get content. And figuring out how those two go together with the kind of safeguards that we have now, that took time to happen. I think we really, as the system exists today, not historically, not a 2020 New York Times article, how it exists today on the ground is an example for the rest of the content creation industry to
So
follow.
if you go a little lower, because I still want to figure this out. So go a little, is Sue and Visa, go up, Rob, let me see what it says. Is Sue and Visa the best way to shut down Pornhub? BOL experts said that targeting credit card companies in a war against online sex trafficking, if pushed too far, can cause unintended harms. Go a little lower. The story that I still want to get to, zoom in right, okay, second paragraph. The article ignited firestorm protests and litigation that deeply impacted online pornography industry. Survivors and anti-trafficking advocacy organization, many have ties to Christian right and anti-pornography efforts of the 1970s and 80s, gathered more than 2 million signatures on. Okay, we just read that. And survivors of the anti-trafficking legal claims of Pornhub's parent company, MindGeek, seeking millions of dollars in damages, notably Serena Fleites, who was 13 years old when her ex-boyfriend uploaded a sexually explicit video on Pornhub, brought a novel trafficking lawsuit against Visa. She alleged that the credit card company who's provided MindGeek its payment networks knowingly monetize these images for profit. So, Alexander, you've been there since 2013, right? When you were there, were you aware that these kinds of things was happening on Pornhub?
On Pornhub, I mean, these are things that we're not really, unfortunately, able to talk about in too much detail because these are about ongoing litigation. So what I'm able to comment on is limited. But
so there's an active litigation going on right now.
There's lawsuits that relate back to how the site used to be
That's right.
prior to the acquisition.
And I'm asking you because you've been there since 2013. So I'm kind of glad you're here because
Of
that.
course.
How much have you noticed culturally the place changing? Because there is no way you're working there and you don't know this is out there, right? You would know if you're working there that this is out there.
I mean, what I can tell you is that
Yeah.
I've seen a tremendous evolution in Pornhub since I've been there. I've been there, like you said, since 2013 in very different capacities. Like when I started there, I was working in social media and customer service. So I can say that I'm, very proud to work for a company where I was able to grow in the way that I have up to an executive level today. But during that time, more importantly, like Saul said, there's been colossal evolution in the way not only the adult industry, moderates itself and how trust and safety has evolved, but also social media in general, right? Like this is a topic that we're really that we're dealing with as a larger society, right? Like how do we keep online spaces safe And I really do believe that we are pioneering a way that what that can look like in a very manageable and you look like you have a question.
I do. You guys bought it in March of 2023, March 23rd,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. Okay, how many people from Pornhub, employees and executives and directors and VPs, who for sure knows at the time that these types of content was there, have been fired?
So, in terms of major personnel changes, so prior to the acquisition, this is probably the biggest one, tells you about a difference in direction. Prior to the acquisition, a few months prior to the acquisition, the previous two owners, who were owner-operators, they were the CEO and the COO, they departed the company. Okay? Change was required. There had
The CEO and who else?
and
the,
COO. Right. They were also the minority shareholders of the company.
were they fired or they were bought and they just stepped away?
They departed prior to the acquisition.
Prior to, so you guys bought in March. When did they depart?
The summer.
was
Okay, so
June.
2022.
2022.
June.
Okay, I got.
But once again, when we were acquiring the company, we were looking at the executives.
2000, my geek, a parent company in Portland have resigned and allegations that the site does not immediately or significantly remove content involving non-consensual underage sex. MindGeek confirmed the departures of CEO Ferris Antun and CEO David Tassilo. Can you see what their background is, Rob? I'm just curious to know what their background was prior to doing this. Okay, so they stepped away June of 2022, resigned, after these stories are kind of getting public.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had their reasons for stepping away. I can
Right.
tell you that in terms of the executive group, when we evaluated this opportunity, we spent time evaluating the company and the executives, including executives like Alex, but the leadership group. They had really taken the company in a different direction in the years prior, and we wanted them to continue taking the company in that direction, but we wanted to invest in them, to provide them with the resources to do this kind of work, full moderation, full verification of age ID consent of all uploaders and people appearing in content. The company needs to evolve. It needed to evolve, and our view is that under our ownership, they're going to continue to evolve.
So who else still? I mean, I've been in business for many years. You got C-suites, you got VPs, you got directors, you got a lot of people that are involved that know this kind of stuff. So who else that was aware that this kind of stuff existed got fired after you guys bought them?
So I just want to be very clear. It's
Yeah.
important to make a
Please.
distinction here, okay? Every single online platform that allows for user-generated content is going to have criminals who try to exploit it. Facebook is going to have criminals who try to post illegal things for sale, who do
Sure.
post, who
Right.
are going to post death threats, who are going to post non-consensual intimate imagery. That is the nature of an online platform. It is, okay? Platforms, of course, need to take reasonable steps to guard against that. We can have a discussion about what those reasonable steps look like. I think our steps that we take today go above and beyond anyone else. That's not to say that in 2020 this company was not taking reasonable steps. That's the subject of litigation. That will get a just outcome, one way or another. So I don't want for a moment to leave you with the impression that our view is we look back on this and say, oh, it was just the Wild West back then, because that's not true. Even back then, Pornhub was doing moderation, was working with child protection NGOs, was scanning all content against lists of known bad content, but they were grappling with
That's not possible, though, because you're saying you guys removed 8 million pieces of content, right? If you're dealing with moderators.
No, but just to be clear, that doesn't mean those 8 million pieces of content were problematic or illegal or underage at all.
Why would you remove them then?
Because we did not have it was before we acquired the company, because the company did not have the ID of every single one of those uploaders. That's why. So it's important. It's very easy, especially if you come from a position where you want all porn gone. And you saw, even in that article, how these groups are described. Okay, I just want to be very clear. The group that became Trafficking Hub used to be called Morality in Media, and they were protesting against sex shops in New York in the 80s and 90s. So they have an ideological perspective, which is they don't want any porn to exist.
I don't have a problem with that. I actually don't have you have to realize you're not talking to a guy that is this square guy that I was an atheist till 25.
Yeah.
My past friends who know me, they know, but I was an adult that, I'm interested in, whatever I'm consuming. My concern is purely one thing. It's underage.
So then you and I and Alex, we have exactly the same concern.
But there's a difference. I know you say this, and it's like the right thing we have to say. However, this place had underage stuff for many, many years until now. So even when I'm asking a question, it's still not been answered, because I'm still trying to find out how, it's mathematically impossible, how can you get a video to know the person when they shot it wasn't underage to allow that video to be uploaded? I understand you're asking me for my ID today, but how can you verify? There is no, we understand there's deep fake, and that's one side, but how can you be able to authenticate to say when you shot this you were over 18? How do you do that?
So a couple there are technological solutions. I'm happy to talk about some of the trust and safety. There are actually ways, whether it's examination of metadata or looking at cues in the video, but at the same time, what a platform has to do is take reasonable steps. Okay? Will a criminal, like, it's like, imagine, it's funny, we're in a bank vault today. Okay? Imagine you walk into a bank and you say, can you guarantee me that this bank will never be robbed? Say, well, no, we got alarm systems, we got security, we got armed security, we've got, sensors. We're fighting the criminals every single day. Okay? The same is true on our platform. We have an extraordinary security system that goes above and beyond. In fact, one of the things that we did as new ownership, and I'd be happy to do this with you or anyone from your team, is we walk people through the back end. We actually show off the trust and safety. We don't show all the alarms, we don't show where all the sensors are, but we show that we are doing more than any other platform to keep it safe. Let's ask Instagram, for example. Okay, Instagram can let you post all kinds of sexy content. They have to have ways of ensuring the age ID consent of people appearing, right? They have to.
There's a difference, though. So, in other words, what I'm getting from you, I asked 3 times now, there is no way to verify at all. There is no 100% proven
Man,
way
he's
to
pressing
verify
them.
if any of the porn that is on Pornhub isn't underage at the time that it was shot.
There are many ways to verify.
So
we have humans who watch every video. Let's start there.
you can watch a video and you won't be able to tell if somebody's under 18 or not.
Of course, you certainly can. You can tell if somebody is well under. You can tell if somebody is of age. We can look at the ID. We can look at the time of
can't do
upload.
that, buddy.
We
I
can
mean,
look at the
I know
circumstances of the making of the video.
Mathematically impossible for you to be able to know if at the time that the video was shot, the person was underage. If you tell me there is a software that is known, that the world knows about, that is able to detect it, I will say, great, let's give it credibility. But if everything else is for me to watch and say, guys, I think this is risque, let's not put this one up and let's not approve it, that still makes Pornhub the god of deciding if this video was shot at a time where the person was above age or underage.
Well, it's not about being the god. It's about, any kind of reasonable approach to trust and safety means that you must protect the platform. You must keep things that are, let's start with like a spectrum. Clearly unlawful, of course, those go. Then you have ones where we identify risk characteristics, we ask for additional documentation. That's something we do all the time. If there are suspicious circumstances about video or ID or documentation, we ask for further documentation. We hold material, we remove material, right? Because as a platform, we have to take reasonable steps. The other side that we haven't discussed here at all, which is essential and very, very different from what was characterized in that New York Times article, is our policy now with respect to removal, which is we have a takedown first, ask questions later approach. Anyone who identifies I'm in this material and either I was not of age or it's not consensual, we take it down immediately. Which Facebook doesn't do, which Instagram doesn't do.
Okay.
So this idea of holding porn to
Right.
an impossible standard, I reject that premise.
First of all, you have to realize, I'm literally trying to think from compliance standpoint, from a guy who's been in the financial industry since the day before 9/11, built an insurance agency with 60,000 agents, dealing with Department of Insurance and regulators from every single state, because we were in every single state that we had to deal with that, and with FINRA, and with NASD, and with SEC. I dealt with everybody, right? So you have to know how to prevent certain things happening in the financial industry. The real only way to have this being done is there needs to be, while the video is being shot, there needs to be someone saying, before we do this scene, this is what it is. I am at this age. We're shooting it at this age. Here's how old I am, and here's how old he is. I am 22 years old. He is 24 years old. I'm 21 years old. He's 19 years old. This is what's about to happen. Then you could say, yes, 100% we know. And then you have to see, is that ID being verified on an ID website to be able to, the ability to check. So now let's go back to the other question. What is the business model of Pornhub? I don't know what the business model of Pornhub. How do you guys make money?
It's an ad-supported platform primarily.
So it's not a membership; it's an ad-supported.
That's right. So ALO as a company, we
Got
have
it.
Pornhub that's ad-supported, and then we have subscription-based sites like Brazzers.
So you guys are going to do roughly 500 to 550 this year, give or take.
We can't disclose our.
It's a private company.
Okay.
Private
So
company.
I mean, that's the number I saw online. So if it's you can't disclose it, I get it. $500 million is a real number that is plastered all over the place. Let's say somewhere around that number. And that's advertisers. So outside of advertisers, there is no membership. There's nothing else. There's
For
no membership
Pornhub
economy
specifically.
for Pornhub specifically.
But the company has other brands which are subscription based.
And is it porn or it's
It's adult.
It is a studio-produced content, yes.
so the ones that are membership based? How different is that than Pornhub?
So those are seen. So we're talking about the flagship brand for that would be Brazzers. So that's studio-produced, professional-grade content.
See, for that, to me, that's something where it's like, hey, here's professionally done. This is the age. So Pornhub is it like the YouTube for porn to
So-
kind of,
Yeah, so basically what's happening right now is that exactly the process that you just described, that's pretty much what happens on a porn set,
on the Brazzer site?
on a professional set. But now, because so much content is being produced at home, we're seeing a time where that is becoming the norm. And this is exactly the methodology that we've adopted on Pornhub, which is why we require all of these checks. We require IDs. We require...
There's no way you're able to do it, though.
I'm sorry?
There's no way you're able to do it. There is no technology to be able to tell if somebody was under age of 18 or not. There is no way you can 100% guaranteed verify at the time of the video being shot the person was under 18.
But the point is, like, you set this impossible standard that applies only to
But they
adults.
tell me based
No,
on, you tell me the 100% that you can do it based on
one second.
technology.
What you need to do
Yeah.
is you need to have a reasonable level of assurance that this is legal, consensual, informed consent content. Okay? So you start with
Right.
having the age ID consent of every single person who appears in content. Like, that's wild. When I tell you that we do that, no other adult platform or mainstream platform comes close to that. Like, think about that for a moment. You upload a video, has 3 people, has 4 people in it. It cannot go live on the site until we, on the trust and safety side, have verified the age ID consent of everyone appearing in there. Now, you raise this other scenario. Like, well, what if you have all that, but one of the people have lied to you about when the content was actually shot? We're like, okay, but we have already guaranteed more than anybody else in terms of the fact that this
Doesn't mean
content is
anything, though.
completely
That doesn't
legitimate.
mean anything. It's just lip service, right? I mean, somebody.
No, it's
if-
beyond lip service.
I'm-
No, it's a
if I'm-
huge
I
financial
understand.
investment.
If I'm playing, listen, what I'm saying to guys, I play devil's advocate with everything
And
you do.
we
I
don't
get
take it personally at all.
What I'm
Yeah.
saying to you is this is an everyday, if you're friends with me or your family with me, my family and people who have been in business with me, they're like, this is how we have lunch every day. So it's just a conversation. So Brazzers, okay? Everything is shot professionally. Everything goes through, I'm assuming like, hey, you have to show me your HIV test that you just did, that you don't have any sexual transmitted. I'm assuming it's that level of professionalism, similar to Vivid or some of the other guys that do it. Yes, is that what Brazzers is?
Correct. But
Okay.
what I'm trying to impart here is that this is the model that is being adopted because, like Saul said, the creator at home industry has collided with the professional. And we're seeing this across the board, right? Across all types of entertainment systems, right? Where you could say arguably that people that are creating YouTube programming at home, very similar to someone that's watching a morning show, right?
Yeah, there's a big difference, though. I mean, that's different, though, because
But
YouTube programming at home, I'm not showing penetration, and I'm not getting out there and saying, hey, we're going to do this, and, no, I'm sitting there giving my opinion on something. And then if it's,
Oh, I hear what you're saying,
yeah,
but
there's a big
there
difference
is-
between the two.
There is, but because this is an industry that is under a lot of scrutiny, understandably so for the reasons exactly that you mentioned, these are protocols that people are adopting at home as well. When they're like, these are not. I think it's really important to get away from the idea that it's just someone with like a webcam that wants to throw something
So
up.
what
These
is
are
the
business
process
people.
for me to upload a porn video on Pornhub? What's the step-by-step
So
process?
We'll start with you need to verify your age and ID as the uploader. So
How do you do that?
Okay, so we use first a third-party provider, then we verify it with a moderator. So that involves 3 things. Number 1, a scan of real government ID from your country of origin. That's verified. It can't be a screen cap,
Sure.
can't be whatever. Compliance measures, like you're,
Right.
used by banks, insurance companies, governments around the world.
Got it.
Then a biometric scan of the face that requires movement to create what's called a photogrammetric measurement to make sure you're a real 3D human being and not a picture. Okay? Then a comparison between those two done by the software. compares the face that's been verified as being real with the government ID, and then a match between the two. That gets you level 1. If you pass all of that, you then get handed off to our in-house moderation. So we don't, unlike most social media companies, we don't outsource any moderation. We have a full-time staff working, verifying identities and moderating content. That moderator has to review that, ensure that you haven't been previously banned, which we would know because we hold ID, obviously. Ensure that you are who you say you are, that you're not from a country that raises flags, that all of this has been verified. Now you are eligible to attempt to upload content, not to upload.
Okay. How long is that process?
To get approved, it takes between 24 to 72 hours.
So I can have a video up within 24.
No, we're not there
No,
yet.
We're
No.
just talking about to get approved, so you're at a status where you're even able to upload.
How long after that can I
Okay,
upload a video?
depends on the content. So the next thing you do, once we've verified the identity,
Yeah.
you can then submit content for review, not upload. There is no auto upload. It cannot happen. Okay, that content. So let's say you submit a video.
Yeah.
First of all, if it's more than just you in it, we need the same age, ID, consent for everybody appearing in the video. Okay, then we run it through automated processes. So we use, I think now, about 13 automated tools. We work with any organization, government, who will give us a list of content that they have flagged as being problematic so we can scan all the content against it. We have our own in-house tools. Another reason we made this acquisition was because of the tools that the company's developed of content fingerprinting, identification, and tagging. Okay? A very interesting area that
Sure.
we wanted to be part of. If it passes all of those checks, it then goes to a human moderator for review. A real live person who is trained to review content, not just for age, ID, consent, but we have many, many rules.
100% of the videos is watched by somebody.
100% of the videos is watched
How
by
many
someone.
people work at Pornhub right now, full time?
About 1,500 employees.
1,500 employees.
Yeah.
Got it. And how many videos are uploaded daily on Pornhub?
Submitted for upload.
No. I'm talking get to the point that somebody has to watch for upload.
It's a couple thousand.
Couple thousand.
Yeah.
And the average video is how long?
It varies, but
But I see where you're trying to go.
no, it's a good.
Wait a
it's
minute.
the right
Why are
question.
you worried though?
No, not worried.
We're
No, it's-
not worried
So
at all.
how long does it? If it's 2,000 videos
Yeah.
that somebody has to watch, what is the average length of a video on Pornhub?
Say between 5-10 minutes.
Okay, let's say 10 minutes. Let's
Yeah.
do some math.
For sure.
So if we do, 2,000 times 10 is 20,000, right?
Minutes.
Yeah, I did 2,000
yeah.
videos times 10 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. How big is the department that monitors this?
So it varies, but hundreds.
Okay.
Right.
Got
Obviously,
it.
one of the things we change depending on how many videos are in a queue, what our needs are, right?
And you guys watch 100% of the video.
100% of the video. Now, just to be
In
very clear.
addition to an AI transcript of the audio that's
Exactly.
happening in the video. So the important thing, that's why I kind of was preemptive as
I'm a
far
math
as
guy. I'm just trying to do the
super
math.
fair.
Because, yeah.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter if there's a million videos
Yeah.
or 5 videos. The important thing to sort of take away from this is that a video will not go live until it has been reviewed by a human. So that means if that video has to sit in a queue, we're not just trying to crank it out there to make people happy. We keep it in the queue until it has been reviewed. So that means, of course, we go through periods where there's backlogs, and sometimes creators get frustrated with us because they say, I put all this work into a video. It's been 3-4 days. Why isn't it live? And we understand that frustration, but we don't make exceptions. We have to wait until it has the chance to be human moderated
What's the
before it to
fastest
go live.
somebody uploads a video that'll upload?
There's no, I can't really give a number on that because it
Can
really
it happen same day?
very rarely.
Very rarely.
But also it depends,
Okay.
like if it's a 25-second clip,
Yeah.
just one individual showing themselves and what they're up to, that's an easy one, right? Like that's
If there's
quick.
and it's one person and there's not co-performers, because that's the thing. It's like we need the paperwork and the IDs and consent for everybody.
So I think, and where your mind goes, which is where my mind went when I learned about this, is
Yeah.
this is an enormous scale, right? So one of the reasons that you want to talk about, go back to your first question, why do we acquire this company? Okay, because they have developed processes both on the human side, but also on the software that we think the rest of the internet is going to need.
Yeah.
That we are 3 years ahead of where social media has to be. And we are looking forward to not just setting an
Social media
example.
is different than you, though. That's a very different, but okay, let me.
So actually, it's not so different. The problems might be a little different, but
Yeah.
whether it's threats to violence or incitement or hate speech. There are always going to be material that as a society we've decided are just unacceptable. Okay?
So, for example, if you go on Rob, can you type in the Wikipedia, child pornography laws, right? If you go on here, Supreme Court of the United States has found child pornography outside of the protections of First Amendment of the United States. So, child pornography is outside of U.S. Jurisdiction. Federal sentencing guidelines on child pornography. Okay. U.S. laws distinguish between pornography and images of actual minor realistic images that are not actual non-realistic images. The latter two categories. Child pornography first became illegal, strange to say this, the year I was born, 78. I'm surprised it wasn't before that. With the enactment of the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation of 1977, before the law of 1978, child pornography was illegal in only 2 states. The 1978 law was subsequently strengthened in 84 with the passage of the Child Protection Act. There was a goal of the Reagan administration to crack down on child pornography, with then President Reagan stating the following in 87, the administration is putting the purveyors of illegal obscenity and child pornography on notice. Your industry's days are numbered. Okay. For example, is there a website that's doing a petition to shut down OnlyFans?
I'm sure there's hundreds.
Is there what's the most signatures OnlyFans got? The only reason I say this is because I think OnlyFans, total users on OnlyFans, what is the total numbers on you? Holy shit, you said 130 million with you guys, right? So watch this. This is the comparison. OnlyFans has got 238 million users, okay? Generates a yearly revenue of $2.5 billion. And Black China, don't know who that is, was the highest paid OnlyFans creator in 2023, earning approximately, 20 million monthly with a subscription price, $19.99. OnlyFans has a monthly.
Are you considering a career change? I'm
Not
seeing
at
it
all.
on your face here.
No. But you know what the difference is? Here's what the difference is. The OnlyFans process is what? Is 18 and up, right? It's you're 18 and up, you want to do it, and there is no millions of petitions to want to shut down OnlyFans. But there's 2.5 million people that want to shut down.
I'll just we got to cut to this.
Give me both of them.
We got to cut to this, okay? Because the problems that the creator industry faces, OnlyFans faces as strong. Every question that we can talk about, every moderation issue, the difference is that our trust and safety staff reviews every single piece of content. That doesn't happen on OnlyFans. It just doesn't. That is not their process. We are also exclusively 18 plus. Now, the difference is...
Who's the girl that had to wait till she was 18 to get on OnlyFans? What was the girl's name, Rob?
Oh,
we talked about it on the
Barbie,
podcast.
Bad Barbie.
I think Bad Baby. is
Bad
what I'm
Baby.
talking about.
Okay, so Bad Baby, BHABIE, right? So Bad Baby had to wait till she's 18, OnlyFans. She made what? $1 million on day one on OnlyFans, but she had to wait till she's 18, okay? So one could say Baby had to wait till she's 18, OnlyFans. She made what? $1 million on day one on OnlyFans, but she had to wait till she's 18. Okay? So one could say, I mean, look, she's made $57 million since 21. She's above 18 years old. So my only concern with Pornhub in this sense is underage. That's the difference why maybe there's not 2.5 million people trying to shut down Pornhub versus trying to shut down 2.5 million trying to shut down Pornhub versus OnlyFans.
Go toe to toe when it comes to trust and safety between us and OnlyFans. In fact, just so you understand, like these are issues that are discussed in the industry. I've been on panels. No, I don't want to finish. I've been on panels at law enforcement conferences, invited to speak me and OnlyFans and talk about our processes. We're very proud of them, right? And we are second to none when it comes to the resources we put into ensuring age ID and consent.
Since you guys bought them?
We wouldn't have bought the company otherwise. All I can speak to is the company from March 2023, the system we look like, that we acquired. We bought that.
So
we didn't buy anything in the past.
Let me show you a clip. Rob. This is June of 2023.
Yep.
This is 3 months after you bought them, right?
Yep.
This is production coordinator Sylvain Fernandez from MindGeek ALO. Rob, go ahead and play this clip. So it gets some educational aspects. Go ahead, Rob.
To get on, what do you have to do?
To get on Pornhub, what do you have to do?
Probably not much, yeah.
How easy is it for like an underage person to view the site?
Just go to the site. Let's say you're 12 years old, you're still figuring out your sexuality, maybe even your gender. Wouldn't it be helpful to see, not a celebration, but just like maybe a normalization?
What restaurant is this?
Think is what you want, you know? Probably helps a lot. Let's say I was 12 and I saw like trans angels, I saw all these different sites. It would help me figure out what I do like and what I don't like. I need to try to push stuff that's less accepted. Like putting a trans male or a trans female in a scene, you wouldn't get that on a normal mainstream site. So test it out. See if you get a bigger audience with it. See if you can convert somebody, right? Like maybe somebody who's never looked for anything like that might find it interesting and click on it. Same thing for bi stuff, same thing for gay.
If you've seen our previous Undercover releases, you may be familiar with Mike Farley, the current Pornhub product manager who became one of Pornhub's first employees over 10 years ago. And Dylan Rice, the senior scriptwriter for Pornhub's parent company, MindGeek, now rebranding as ALO, who has written scripts for MindGeek's porn sites and advertisements for over 5 years. Today, meet Sil Fernandez. Fernandez is a production coordinator for some of MindGeek's plethora of porn sites.
This is James O'Keefe or somebody else? Is this James O'Keefe or somebody else?
Somebody else.
While states are currently enacting laws to require IDs to prevent children from entering porn sites, these three men talked to our undercover reporter about children viewing pornography on MindGeek sites, including Pornhub and transangelsandmen.com, which are MindGeek sites featuring studio-produced transgender and gay-focused pornography.
How easy is it for like an underage person to view the site?
You can pause it right here. You get the idea. So this is 15 months ago,
Yes.
right? That this is taking place, and it's not like people that have just been there for 6 months. It's a guy that was there for, who was it? He was a product developer or whatever his name was, the main guy. It seems to be like a regular day at Pornhub. And this is 3 months after you bought him when this was recorded.
I'm going to disagree.
Go ahead.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
Okay? What you have here, you have employees who think they're on a date with a woman. That's the context of the creation of these videos. And they are not properly representing the truth about trust and safety. Although there's like 3 different topics mixed in. So it's important that we're very clear. I'm a clear guy. I like to always get to the truth and the point of something.
Yeah.
So number 1, every single video is reviewed by a human. We have age ID consent for uploaders, everybody appearing in content. There is absolutely no incentive to do otherwise on our platform. I always make that point. Like from a business perspective, there's no incentive to do anything but the highest standards of trust and safety. So you have a company with 1,500 people, you're going to have people who are saying nonsense.
Technical product manager?
So I have to say this. This is not someone, obviously when I'm reviewing the company and I look very, very carefully at it, including spending time. None of these are not trust and safety staff. These are not moderators. These are not people in compliance. Whatever idea they have, although it's very interesting, we learned something from these videos.
This
We
guy's
actually
been
learned a very
kind of
important
rough
thing,
to
which was you can have a
deal
company
with
of
here.
1,500 people, and you'll have graphic designers, and you'll have salespeople and customer support. All of them need to be educated on our trust and safety system. So we actually, the company in response, and I think it was absolutely the right thing to do. Now, doesn't matter if you're the janitor at ALO, you will have mandatory training so you'll understand what's happening, even though it's a job that has nothing to do with you, but so you are absolutely educated on trust and safety. Because it became clear to us that was something important. Not that it became clear that it reflects on what the reality is, but these people were woefully misinformed about the truth of trust and safety.
And then I think the other thing that's being referred to here is the issue of children accessing the site, right? Which is something that we've been talking about a lot. This is an issue that we take quite seriously, and the fact that we've mentioned a couple of times as well that our sites are strictly adult entertainment. We have a zero chip.
I have no problem with that. If it's adult. It's the minor.
Yeah,
we also don't want minors viewing
Correct.
the site. So that was the question that was asked there. It's important. We can focus.
He said,
that.
how easy is it to get on the site?
No, he meant get on to
He meant
watch.
to visit
To
it,
watch.
yeah.
To watch.
This is nothing
Right?
to do with uploads. This is about
Patrick, you got to understand that distinction. He
Oh,
was
wait
being
a minute,
asked.
that's also a problem.
Totally a problem.
And that- yes.
And we are fighting hard every day to fix that. I can tell you what we're doing. What we want to have happen. What we want the adult
Your
internet to look
traffic
like.
will drop dramatically.
Absolutely
you
not.
have to ID everybody.
Okay. No. disagree. Let's think about it this way. Let's talk business for a second.
Right.
Okay?
Go
I
ahead.
always say there's two reasons we don't want young people on the platform. One, we think it's wrong for young people to watch.
Right.
Okay? We think it's wrong. Kids cannot distinguish between fantasy and reality.
I'll give you a guarantee. You
Just-
say that, I'm gonna listen to it.
No,
I'm
no.
gonna tell you something. Your traffic will drop 90%. But go ahead.
Come on, that's a
I'm gonna
ludicrous,
tell you in a
that's a
minute, but go ahead.
ludicrous assessment
Go-
that
you'll-
90%.
you'll see when I
are-
say this. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's number
Yeah.
one. Number two, from a business perspective, think about it this way.
Yeah.
We are an ad-powered platform. Our advertisers.
I don't
only
know
sell
about
products
that.
and
I don't
services
know.
to
He's,
adults
he's
that
all over the
have
place.
Similar
Right.
adult sexual services.
Right.
So for them, just think about it from a cost per click perspective. Every person who clicks an ad who's underage
Yeah.
gets them zero benefit and costs them money.
Sure.
So from an ad marketplace, nobody wants young people on the platform.
Okay.
So do you know what we're doing every single day to actually change this?
What's that?
We are pushing for something called
I didn't know. I don't know.
We want it to be the law
Hold on, I'll be back.
that every
me
single
a sec
operating
here.
system, Google, Apple, Microsoft, by default,
I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back as it is. I'm back. I love being back. All right, guys. Let's see. Did I put it right? Yeah. So how's everybody? All right. Let's continue. I was with the baby. I was with the baby. Let's put this.
Default blocks adult.
Oh,
Think about that for a second.
blocks
We
out.
want every
Blocks what?
adult.
We
It
want to
should
be
block
blocked.
porn.
Yes,
We want to
by
be
default.
blocked by default.
Oh,
and the only
I'm
way,
sorry. Got it.
the only way to be able to access adult is that on your device you have age assurance built in there. So in other words, instead of like nowadays parental controls, you have to opt into them. We want them to be that you have to opt out of them. That is Pornhub's position. We want to be blocked by default because we don't want a single minor to be able to access the site. Now, at the same time, we totally reject this idea that you're going to hold up your ID and give it to every porn site on the
There you
internet.
go.
Because it's nonsense. It's nonsense.
But that's the only way to make sure kids don't log in.
No, in fact, that will make sure kids do log in to all of the non-compliant platforms.
How?
Because it goes like this. Let's say we've tested it, in fact.
Sure.
State of Louisiana.
Uh-huh.
Okay? We are the only major adult platform that's actually complying with the law in Louisiana.
Right.
So we take what's called LA Wallet. That's a Louisiana state ID. We accept it. We don't ever get the identifying information. We just get a thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay? Within 24 hours of implementing that, we had an 80% drop in traffic. Not because 80% of the people are young, but because 80% of the people are like, I'm not giving my ID to a porn site.
Yeah.
And they're not wrong. So instead, I always say this. The device should be the key to the internet. We will be the lock. That means that it will actually prevent young people from accessing adult content because the point of entry, that is, the device itself, will be prohibited from accessing adult. And we are pushing for that at the state level, at the federal
Can
level.
I give you the counter to it? I'm not a lawyer, but I like to argue and debate because it's fun to do, right?
Sure is.
So when you told me earlier the process to upload a video,
Yep.
I had to not only show you the ID through this outside website that you guys use,
Yes.
third party, right? Then I had to do the whatever the Apple is to make sure I'm not a picture, right? I'm doing this to know 100% who is getting access to it, right? You can do that as well for people that are watching the content.
Sure.
But if you do, you will lose 90% of your traffic.
The point is, the
But you will
technology
use
exists,
90% of your
but
traffic.
the technology exists
To do what?
to verify age.
Sure, why don't you do it?
If we do it, and
Yeah.
we have tested it out, we've
Right.
tested it out in France and Louisiana, people just go to non-compliant sites that don't, by the way, do
Who
what we do when
cares?
it comes
Who
to
cares
trust
what they do?
Because
I mean,
the difference is if you're going to non-compliant sites, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of adult sites that exist out
I
there.
disagree. I think here's what'll happen. I think that what'll happen is the following. Okay. So you're making the argument of legalizing marijuana and making it so expensive will make people to go buy illegal weed from
No.
bad quality. That's the argument you're
No, no, no,
making.
but
Because
think about it for a second.
what'll happen is if I'm the other side and if I want to eliminate all of the non-compliant sites, right? These guys have to find a way to make money. And merchant services I'm very familiar with. If you can't get merchant services to accept payment, you know, right now, Visa used to have a hard time with chargeback 3%. Now they're at 1%. They want to be at 1%, if not even less than 1%. You know exactly what I'm talking about because I've dealt with Visa, you know, MasterCard, all these guys. So if all of a sudden these guys don't have a method of getting paid, so what if they're going to a non-compliant website to watch porn? Those guys
Because
will be shut
those-
down soon as well.
They're not going to be though, because the issue is the enforcement is not happening.
Why don't you do it? Who cares what they're doing?
No, we
We
do
do.
it. We
what
do
I'm
it.
saying too, why don't
No.
you have everybody do this and do the ID to watch porn?
Because if we're talking about everybody, again, that's millions of websites. Who is going to go and make sure
But
that every
be the
single
Who's
website-
gonna
trailblazers.
go?
Be
That's
the
the
trailblazers.
problem.
But think about it this way. No, it's
Who's gonna go?
either
Oh,
stores-
Lord.
Am I sounding confusing, Rob, what my ask is? Because I feel like I'm delusional right now. Do you understand what I'm requesting?
I do.
What, can you repeat what I just said? I'm just curious.
Why they're not using the verification system
Which verification system am I asking about?
The ID,
And the face
the
that
head
they do
nod.
this.
Yeah, I don't know the term for the head
Right.
nod.
You were
It's
you
a biometric scan.
biometric scan. Okay, so if you're doing a biometric scan to upload a video, why can't you do a biometric scan on who watches it so kids don't watch it?
No, but don't you realize you can either do it, have 100,000 or 1,000,000 sites doing this and taking people's ID, or you can have 3 operating systems. Do it one time, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and you have locked down that device to be able to either access adult or not access adult. I mean, that is a no-brainer. And we're not the only ones saying this. Meta has come out and said that device-based age verification is the way to go. In fact, the French government just came out and said that. Anybody who understands the way the internet works says, look, either you can go give your ID to every single porn site you visit. And look, we are responsible. We take privacy seriously. But I always said this, like, if this was the law that every site had to take ID, I'd stop running a porn site. I'd just go run an identity fraud site. And I'd say, well, I'd love to show you some porn, but first I need your ID. What a ridiculously insecure method. And totally violating of the privacy of 130 million people a day.
If you did do that, 90% of people who watch it would never go on your website, and you will lose ad dollars. That's what would happen.
No, but we want it to happen on the device. We want it
Right.
to happen on the device.
But kids can get access to it from different places. They don't just go watch it through the phone, or a person can go on the internet and a computer and watch porn and say, "Here's what I'm doing. I'm over 18 years old."
No, we have operating systems now that almost exclusively require a login, a user account. And what we are saying is that the default for every user account, I want you to understand.
I don't know
every
about
user
that.
account cannot.
I'm confused. I'm a little confused. Explain it to me like if I was a dummy or something. I don't know.
Your iPhone to the new version, like that. It
I
can
don't
access
know.
adult until you verify on that device with all your other.
He
features,
looks
your credit,
nervous.
your
He
health
looks like he
information,
wants to
and
get
all
out
that
of there.
becomes
He
your key
can't.
to the adult internet. Like, this is obvious. Of course, that's the way to do it. To do it from one device to be the key to all, as opposed to having tell every platform, randomporn.com, to take people's ID.
Your impression is that if you do that, it prevents what? Kids from watching porn?
Yes. Yes.
First, so why do you then do the verification of when people upload videos, their face and their ID?
Because
Yeah, go ahead.
these are people that are monetizing their content with us. These are people that are business people that are uploading adult content to our site.
Yeah.
And for that reason, it's of course important that we're verifying the consent. and
Something's getting
than
monetized.
a private citizen trying to watch content.
Something's getting monetized. I don't know about that.
Standard to people that are watching porn, so kids wouldn't do it. What percentage of your viewership would drop?
It's interesting. That exact question was considered in Texas when we challenged the constitutionality of this law. Okay? And we took this to court because we said private individuals in the United States who have a First Amendment right to see this should not have to identify themselves to the platform, which the government could get access to. And you know what the judge in Texas said, by the way, who was a Ronald Reagan appointee, not some namby-pamby liberal judge. He said that if somebody, for example, wants to go see gay porn in Texas, totally legal, they have to give their ID to that platform, have it verified by the government, the same government that 20 years ago, not 200 years ago, 20 years ago tried to outlaw being gay in Texas. Like, we don't want to live in a society where you have to give your ID every single time you go to look at legal content. Having it locked down on the device avoids all those privacy issues.
I think you're assuming that if you do that, kids still won't be able to watch porn. Under 18 kids will not be able to watch
No,
porn.
I'm saying that's the biggest step that you could take
That's not the
to
biggest step.
ensure.
Oh my
that
God, they got him by the
access-
balls.
There would be
They got him by the balls. They can't do
I think
nothing
that is a
about
step
that. They
to
got
not
him by the
have to
balls.
90% of your people that are trying to consume the content, because
They
that-
got
like,
you
for
by the
example,
balls. I don't
the other
understand.
company that was called what? Brazzers?
I don't
Brazzers, Is it
understand that.
members only, or is it open to everybody? It's members only.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means I can't see anything until if I. What would be equivalent of a Brazzer? Is that like the Netflix of
Netflix.
porn?
Netflix.
Oh, it's a Netflix of porn.
Yeah.
So you're paying $10 a month, and I can consume whatever I want. And if I'm buying it, you're going to see my age and what I am anyways.
On the
'Cause I
credit
got a credit card. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That model to me is straight up great. Makes sense. Go do your thing. But it's different if somebody just can come on Pornhub, log on, watch whatever they want, and they're 12, 13 years old.
Which is why having device-based age verification, people have individual devices, they have individual user accounts, it would lock it down by default. Like this, and the funny thing is, this has very little to do with porn. Porn's the example here. But we need to secure the internet. Both we need to secure adult spaces from kids coming in, but here's the real revolution. We need to keep kids' spaces safe from adults.
Correct.
We need age assurance methods on the internet. The idea of doing it like scattershot, having every site with a different protocol for verifying age, when we have 3 operating system manufacturers who already have the tech built in, by the way. Apple will let you store your IDs and use them for all sorts of purposes. It already has it into your device. So the device would just become the key to all the spaces that we want to be
Has that
age
already
segregated.
started or not yet?
Oh, it's happening. It is
It's-
absolutely happening. We're pushing for it every day.
When you're saying it's happening right now, what are you saying? You're saying that right now, kids are not consuming content and porn on
No,
porn.
what I mean is the tech exists. The tech has been built. Google has their version, Apple has their version, and Microsoft has
Who's
their
using
versions.
it right now?
But they're not mandatory. That's the difference. They're opt-in. Parents have to turn them on. And I say this, right? Like, I look at my kids' Family Link on Google. How does Family Link really know how old my kids are? Because it's opt-in.
Yeah.
If it was opt-out, that means I would have to have ID.
They're not going to make that mandatory, though.
Who's they?
U.S. government.
Why not? We think they should. We think they should tomorrow.
You think they should make it mandatory
Well-
to opt in?
That adult content cannot be accessed on any device.
Adult content
unless
cannot be
it's
accessed. What is that?
Who's pushing?
What does that
So
mean?
it's actually interesting. If you would have asked me 8 months ago, I would have said we're the only ones. That's changed because now other social media companies, this is where we share the same issues. You know, Mark Zuckerberg goes in front of Congress and gets lambasted with, you know, Instagram's trust and safety. They're coming around to, we do need to keep kids out of these spaces or to have different degrees of access. The only way to do that is with age assurance. And the only way to do age assurance properly is at the device-based level. They have now joined that. And, you know, there's a chorus, and it's growing because we realize we need to age control access to the internet in a way that works and protects people's privacy. The only way to do that is at the device level.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Can you tell me about the chairman of your company, Ethical Capital Partners, that bought the company?
Sure.
Who's Rocco Meliambro?
Sure. So Rocco he's our chairman. He's a you know, finance guy
There's
from Canada.
nothing you can find on the guy.
There's lots you can find on him.
How did he make his money? What
Started out in financing mining and then went into the regulated cannabis space, right? Which is actually how a number of us met in the regulated cannabis space in Canada. Canada is federally legal recreational cannabis since 2018. Before that, it was medicinal. Rocco took public one of the largest cannabis companies in Canada.
Got it. So there is no background with Rocco and any kind of porn companies.
Nope,
So
not with any of us actually. We don't come from the industry. We come from outside the industry.
Got it. So Cannabis Canada is how you guys met. That's how you guys made your money, and then you guys decided to buy this company.
So I come at from the legal side. I did a lot of work doing advisory work for regulated businesses, including cannabis. Our head of law enforcement engagement, he's the former chief superintendent of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It's like our FBI, but they have horses. He also came from after law enforcement to regulated cannabis. And we thought that this industry shares a lot of the same struggles. Needs legitimacy, needs security to be a priority.
Ever since you guys bought it, have you noticed it going up or going down, revenue-wise?
It's doing well. It's doing well.
You should
And-
run for office. You're
Well-
in the wrong business. You should run for office, man. Your answers are very good. But the only reason I asked that question is because, and maybe I'll answer it in this way. If your revenues are down, that means you're doing something right.
You know what? I actually, it's interesting. I disagree. To me, and we have this discussion. We had this discussion in the acquisition phase, and when we talk to the executives.
I
Trust
get
and safety.
why the people that are there
No.
will agree with me, and I get why you would disagree with
No, I'll
me
say that-
because let me explain why. Because they're going to be like, well, look, you guys came and became a pain in the ass and all this regulation. Back in the Wild Wild West days, we could do everything and anything, and now you're saying we can't do this. That's why we're down 42%.
But
So
this is also why we're being more transparent than ever
that's
because
why I'm
what you're
saying
talking
if you're down,
about.
that means you're doing something right.
What we're talking about also is we've introduced what could be called friction, right, to the upload process. So when you're talking about content creators who are business people that are using our platforms to monetize their content, like I said earlier when we were chatting, it's hard, right, to get content up onto Pornhub. And part of the work that I'm doing is going out and speaking with people and listening to their grievances on that front. And sometimes those are uncomfortable conversations where they're saying, like, it does take me a couple of days to get my content up there. It is taking me more time to go through the process of getting all this paperwork up there. But these are things that we are not able to negotiate on because we just can't. we can't take steps backward on that front.
But there's two business cases to be made here, okay? Because that's how I look at it from the ownership perspective. Number one, people want to go to a platform where, and I think it's true in sex more than anywhere else, where they have this assurance that what I saw is okay. In other words, it's legal, it's consensual, it's voluntary. So we want to provide that platform where people are as sure as anyone can possibly be. That's business case number one. Business case number two is we want to take the processes and the software.
He says yeah, but he doesn't really mean it. We don't know what it means.
The opportunity in this business is to look at an industry that has made tremendous strides, but that
We don't know what
is
it means.
applicable
It could
to
be
many
anything.
other adjacent industries. Right? You know, I always say this is our first investment. It's not our last investment because we see a lot to do.
So you're going to get into more porn sites.
No, that's why.
That's interesting.
You know, I don't know if we could get into more. I don't know if there are more. But
You got a family, you got kids?
yeah,
How old are your kids?
sure. So I've got two 19-year-olds and a 16-year-old.
How you talk to them that you guys run this? Is it
Before,
just-
first of all, I don't run it. I'm very proud of the people who do. We bought it.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
I mean, you're-
but Patrick, before I did this acquisition, I sat down with them and I laid out the plan. I said, this is what I want to do. This is what my interest is, and obviously, I wear the compliance hat in the ownership group. I want to raise the standards here. I want to invest in trust and safety. I want to keep kids off the platform from viewing it. And you know what's funny? My kids have been raised by a criminal defense lawyer. That was my first career, 15 years in criminal defense. And my daughter said to me, she said, hold on, you defend people who are legitimately doing wrong things. You do that as a defense lawyer. You know, my kids know why I do that. They understand probably more about the criminal justice system than most. And here you have a company that wants to get it right, that wants to improve. Why wouldn't you do this? Like, it was just a no-brainer. Maybe the wisdom of the young there.
Every family has a different dynamic, but I will tell you this. Have you watched the recent Vince McMahon documentary?
Haven't seen it yet.
Have you seen it?
No.
I think you should watch it. I think both of you will like it. Let me tell you why. There's a part of it that I think if you guys go to the last episode, it shows when Vince McMahon was running it. And it was like, they're all telling stories of what used to happen with girls and sex and drugs and cocaine and steroids and all this stuff, right? And obviously Vince being the promoter that he is, you know, some call him the greatest promoter of all time. And then it ends with them, Endeavor buying him out and changing the culture to what it was once like, okay? And Triple H runs it with his daughter because he had to step aside for many different reasons, legal issues. I don't know if you're following the story closely or not. And now that Triple H runs it and his wife, that's his daughter, I think they said they had the big, Rob, did they say the biggest WrestleMania ever, or they had the biggest?
This year was the biggest one.
Biggest WrestleMania ever because they cleaned house with a lot of the old ways of doing business. So for me, I have a very big, like when people tell me about OnlyFans, a guy asked me a question the other day. Who was it? Steiny that asked me the question on Nelk Boys, Rob. He's like, hey, what would you do if your daughter at 21 years old wants to get on OnlyFans? And I said, if she wants to get on OnlyFans, I did a bad job raising my daughter, if that's what she wants to do. But there's nothing I can do about it. You know, she's an adult. She has a choice to make, right? What are you going to do? Sit there and say, hey, I'm going to give you a pow and let's go. You're not going to get ice cream anymore. You can do whatever you want to do with yourself when you're above 18 years old. You do your best to raise your family in ways where they make decisions, you know, certain decisions when they're above 18. I worked at Chatsworth Valley Total Fitness. You know what Chatsworth was known for decades? 80% of the porn in America was produced in Chatsworth. You know what percentage of our members at Bally's were porn stars? You know how I know that? Every other day I got a job offer. You would look like a good porn star. You ever thought about
I've
getting
never
into
heard
the
that.
industry?
Wow, that's not a compliment. I
Every
get,
other
but
day, they're
I
like,
can see
I
it.
can see you as, I'm like, is that like a, what do you mean? It's like, well, we pay very well. I'm like, dude, I'm good, man. So I come home. That's what I used to
But
look like. Look at that right there. That's this guy. No, not that one. The one to the left looks like a porn star. Look at that.
I think they all look
Yeah,
like porn
so-
stars.
But anyways, but the point being is the fact that there is a difference between you want to do your thing, you're above 18 years old. You want to mess with kids, I have a problem with that.
And
If we can find a way to be responsible with that
100%.
in the best possible way, it is what it is. Go ahead.
I agree. So, we are actually really involved in, because like you said, right? People more and more, the sort of the barrier to entry to the adult industry is much different than it was, say, 20 years ago, right? Where it used to be You get an agent, and then they book you, and it's professional scenes. And now, because of platforms like ours or platforms like OnlyFans, people are able to be independent creators at home. And we're not blind to the fact that, you know, there are certainly risks that come along with that. Like we're never going to say that, you know, it's all sunshines and rainbows in the adult industry. There certainly are, much like any industry, there are people that could take advantage of folks. And so that's why we're partnering with people in the child protection space. We're also partnering with people in the anti-trafficking space. We work very closely with a group called the Cupcake Girls, and we're actually creating educational content for people specifically that are thinking about getting into the industry or that are new to the industry on things to look out for. So how you can do this work as safely as possible and avoid these kinds of situations. We support the anti-trafficking work that they do because we're not trying to put our head in the sand here, right? Like these are things that do happen, that do exist, and we do take it quite seriously as a part of our responsibility as leaders in the industry to make sure that we're helping people do their work as safely as possible.
You know what that reminds me of? You ever
Tell
seen
me.
that? And I'm not trying to be funny, but I am because it makes me laugh every time.
Sure.
Rob, what is that commercial? I don't know which CEO it is. Is it Harrah's or, you know, Casino? You know, he says, look, if you are finding yourself at the casino, you're gambling too much, please step away and call this 1-800-GAMBLING hotline, right? I mean, it's a good thing to do to be a part of it. This is a very risque industry you're a part of. You guys know that. It's not like a industry you are that I don't know how you say you're positively changing people's lives. Like it wouldn't be like, oh my God, we are positively changing people's lives on a daily basis. It's purely a business. It's for profit. If you do it following the certain guidelines and the laws in the state state what they state, there's ways to make money with this legally. But it's not a do you feel like the company that you get, like for example, let's just say if you work at Apple, right? We're thinking different and we're making the world and right? You know, you're working at Walmart, and here's what we're going to do with serving people. Working at this restaurant.
Sorry, Walmart is going to be given as our number one ethical company example.
Sam Walton. I'm talking when Sam Walton ran it. It was like, we're going to serve our people right today in restaurant. We're going to do this. There's visions, like we're correcting injustice. Does it bother you at all? You know, and if you do, how do you guys sell the dream to employees? Like, is there a way of selling the dream to employees where they feel like, man, we are really changing people's lives?
I mean,
do you have that feeling?
I would disagree with you, yes, because what's important to remember is that content creators are business owners, right? Each single person that has an OnlyFans or each single person that is uploading content to Pornhub for the purposes of monetizing their content, these are independent businesses.
Right.
So these are people whose lives are changing, in some cases drastically, because of the money that they're making that way. So yeah, it's helping people to feed their families in some cases. It's helping people to stay sheltered. It's helping people to, you know, pay for school, whatever it is. It does change people's lives.
You know, and on my side, when I look at it from the ownership level, the compliance level, what we have put into place, it's not just for us. It is important. Like we talked about, like everyone should feel good doing the work they're doing. It's very hard to work hard if you're not really feeling that it's meaningful work. And money is you know this well, is a pretty limited motivator, right? To really get the best out of people. Money doesn't cut it, okay? I'll tell you what happens inside when I talk to the trust and safety folks. We publish, for example, twice a year transparency report where we set out everything we're doing so others can copy it. Let that sink in. So others can copy what we are doing on the platform. So to me, I was like, what's a success? The success is if what we are doing, the example we're setting, becomes the standard, becomes the regulation. Right? Then you have a safer internet.
Are you a man of faith?
I am a man of faith.
You would say you are?
Yeah.
Are you ever conflicted?
I think that the work we are doing in an industry, whether you like it or not, right? And we happen to we like the people we work with. We like the industry, okay? It will exist. So to be part of the movement that's going to make it safer, not by getting 2.5 million, shut it down, have a petition, be nasty, but by actually doing the work, investing in making it safer, this is an extraordinarily positive thing to do.
And destigmatization as well, because one of the realities is that this is a very stigmatized industry, right? And we know full fact that when there is increased stigma, right, there's increased violence. So whenever we have...
She's wearing a cross.
Okay.
She's a Christian. I love her.
I agree. The whole city hears about it, so don't forgive me.
No, but it's
Good
true.
Lord,
It's
she's
why,
a
that is why
Christian.
we
I
come
love her.
together.
I
It's
love
why
her.
we, Sal and I are very proud to be transparent and represent the company that we work for and the industry that we're in, because the more that we're able to destigmatize it, the less harm truly will come, hopefully, eventually, to people in our industry.
Let me tell you about a project that we've been working on for 2 years. That is
We've
now
been working
a
on this
really
project.
low
Oh,
value to the
Jesus.
company, okay? We have what's called a banned word service. So that's 50,000 terms that are banned. You can't search for them. You can't tag content. You can't use it in comments that are basically represent illegal activity. Okay, so we made a decision as a company that when you search for one of those terms, first of all, it's not like Instagram where it says show results anyway. You remember that?
Yeah, I gotta
We
remember
decided
that.
it shouldn't redirect you to even legal content. Obviously, you're not going to find that content, but it shouldn't redirect you to
I'm gonna
legal
take another break right about now. came back. I'm back. Oh boy. Really smart guy, you know what I'm saying? I'm back. All right. Let's now give this guy some ice. Let's put this back on. That's really good,
Because
actually.
we don't want to make a penny off somebody searching for an illegal term. But that's number one. Let's go to 2 and 3. We have a warning that what you're looking for is illegal. Okay? This content, you're not going to find it, but it's illegal. And here's number 3. We have partnered with NGOs in every jurisdiction that will have us, including Canada, the United States. Try this out yourself. Go on Pornhub and put in the search word underage. You will see we have linked up with organizations that try to, people who are looking for this material, deter them, get them help. Because it would be very easy for us to just turn a blind eye and say, well, you know, they're never going to find that material on our site, so, you know, just have
Yeah,
nothing.
our work's done and
Our
that's
work's
it.
done.
But it's not. We take it the extra step.
So we've partnered in Canada, where we're from, in the United States here, where people can actually get help who are looking for illegal material. And that means, so I said, what's the meaning of that? Imagine those people get the help they need, and that saves a child from a lifetime of victimization. Now, is that a porn site's job? No, it's not. But we have these eyeballs. And if we know people are making these searches, even though they're not going to find anything, that is something that we can do to make a positive impact.
I want to get your reaction to this. So this
Yeah.
says Solomon Friedman, a rabbi overseeing Pornhub, right? What a great way to go. So that, I'm just saying, that's what it says here.
There's already falsehoods in that number 1, right?
Which one is a falsehood, the rabbi part?
Well,
or
I was educated as a rabbi. I never practiced as a rabbi. It's part of my education.
Are you Jewish or Jewish?
What do you think? Solomon Friedman, this face, do you think I'm Jewish or Jewish?
No, meaning, what I mean is like, do you practice or are you just like this? I mean, are you,
know,
like fully committed to all
I
the...
always say this. I'm going to
Can I take you to dinner every night of the year and we're going to be fine, or do you take some days off?
I'm going to keep practicing until I get good at it.
Okay, so there's this guy that I want to show you this. I want to see what you're going to say to it. I mean, it's not like I am sure you're going to take some shots at him.
It's okay. It won't hurt my feelings. I've read lots of nonsense.
I'm sure it's not going to. You're not going to. So, not this guy, Rob. There's the other clip. There's a clip, I think, that let me see which one it is. Let me see this here, Rob. There's one that you guys showed me earlier, Shmuley, and I'm sure you know who Shmuley is,
Sure.
right?
I know who Shmuley is.
So Shmuley has a clip that, Rob, you guys showed me with what's his name, with Brandon. Do you know which one I'm talking about, or
Yeah,
no?
let me find it right now.
Yeah, you guys texted it. I think. Let me see where this is. By the way, just
Está
so
todo
you know,
bien,
I don't
mija.
want to make you guys uncomfortable. It's not porn. We're not going to sit here.
Oh, thank God. You know, I was worried we'd sit here, we're going to watch porn.
We can on the business side, we're going to watch.
I'm back.
Watch it, but we're not going to sit here and judge. What do you think about this clip? You think this is here, Rob? Let me send it to you. I just found it. I want to get your reaction to this to see what you're going to say. If you have it, great. If you don't, this is the one I'm sending to you.
I have.
Okay.
Do you know which one it is?
I think so.
All right. Do you know who he is or no?
I know he is, sure.
Okay. Are you guys friends, buddies?
It's a small
or?
world.
So you guys know each other.
I know who he is.
Okay. But like, do you guys kick it or like you guys?
Do we kick it? No, you ask Rabbi Shmuley if we kick it. We don't. We don't kick it.
All right, so guys, it's very important to note they don't kick it, but let's just see where we stand here with Mr. Shmuley and our friend here, Friedman. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip.
There clearly is a need for pornography, as evidenced by the huge supply there is. So my question is, instead of trying to eliminate pornography from our society, why aren't we trying to find a cure for
loneliness? No, she's a great advocate. I love it.
Rabbi Shmuley, I have to say that Great Britain has a minister for loneliness, and it's an interesting concept maybe other countries should take up.
Well, it's one of the reasons, getting back to this issue of celibacy, the very first thing that the Bible says is bad is that it is bad for man to be alone. And that's the beginning of Genesis. I completely agree, but how is pornography possibly compensation for real human company? The exact opposite is true. Pornography is the living degradation of women. It trains the male mind to see a woman as a means to an end. It makes women into the walking embodiment of a male erotic fantasy. And it leads to disrespect because it means that women exist to fulfill those erotic fantasies. I actually think that it does a serious toxic harm to how men view women, and it makes them very objective about women, meaning the only synonym I can find for love is the word subjectivity, because to love is to be rendered subjective. Your emotions actually color and transform and enhance the object of your love. But when you become too objective, when you absorb thousands and thousands of these images, you learn to look at women very objectively to the extent that it's difficult to be attracted to women because you're no longer responding instinctually. You're responding almost
instinctually. So pornography is the living degradation of women. Okay, and he says on porn and loneliness. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. I think that pornography, like any other form of expression, we have Hollywood movies full of fantasy. Right? So people who can distinguish between fantasy and reality can enjoy fantasy. It's funny, I wonder what he would say about the over 30% of our visitors who are women.
There's a big misconception there that
huge women
only
viewership,
men consuming it.
right? The couples who view it, the people who find all sorts of sexual meaning and avenues in it. I disagree. I couldn't disagree more. I think sexuality is an important part of the human expression. And if somebody says, look, sex, and I respect what Rabbi Shmuley says, in terms of the power of sexuality and human connection, I do. But when you say sex only fits in my view of the world, anywhere else it must be degrading women, what you've done there is you've taken agency away from people, and women in this case, in his example, to make free choices about their bodies. So I don't think that it contributes to loneliness. In fact, many people find connection and meaning in sexual experiences in porn. Couples watch porn. People get inspired, but it's in a situation understanding the difference between fantasy and reality. No, I think and I'd love to. We have Alex here, a female executive of one of the largest adult companies. Love to hear her take.
I mean, I agree. I think that there's a big misconception that pornography exists only for the male gaze. I think that's also another
male gaze.
Yeah.
Really?
No,
That's what people say?
G-A-Z-E.
Yes, G-A-Z-E. Sorry, like the
gaze from your eyes.
Perception.
Oh.
Patrick's losing it. He's like, it's only for the gaze.
Wait a minute.
That is a whole other kettle of fish,
First of all,
my
we
friend.
don't say the gaze.
No. The male gaze. The male gaze.
Are there not
Am
subtitles?
I the only one that thought you said that, Rob?
No, I heard male gaze.
I'm like, wait, male
Get
gaze?
your mind out of the gutter.
Your only viewers are male gaze.
No.
Very offensive, but
but no, that it's made only for men, right? I think there's this concept that it
gaze,
is
viewership.
Viewership,
Yeah,
yes. The visualization.
Or that it's made through the lens,
Correct.
the male lens.
So more and more, and I wanted to touch on this because I saw in some of the questions that you sent us beforehand, you talk about this notion of ethical pornography, right? And what that means and what that looks like.
Just a full disclosure, I don't know what questions they sent you. Whoever sends you the questions, it wasn't me that sent you the questions, but I'm glad they send you some questions to know what we're going to be talking about. Yeah.
And so more and more, we're seeing that there isn't just a singular concept of what pornography is or what it looks like.
Yeah.
So in the same way that we don't have a singular sense of who watches it, right? It's extremely diverse.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things that I think is really great about a platform like Pornhub is that it doesn't look like just one thing. It's not just one single kind of person consuming it. And people do feel represented. And I know that people are going to, say that that's corny and whatever when we're talking about things like diversity and inclusivity.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like sexuality and sex is something that impacts all of us. It's part of all of our lives. And it's important that I think people are able to see themselves represented in that medium.
And I'll come back, by the way, to Rabbi Shmuley's point, because I think it's worthy of discussion. Like, this is an important social topic to discuss. I think there was a time in the porn industry where there was the vision of a porn star, right? She looked a certain way, she had a certain hair color, certain proportions, and you don't want to have a society where everybody thinks that's the sort of pinnacle of beauty, of sexuality, etc. What actually happens now with the content creator world is that porn looks like everybody. Older, younger, bigger, smaller, different skin colors, different identities. Everyone is represented. So people actually find a lot more of themselves in what they see, more than that professional studio content, which I think is actually a social benefit to let people be represented in what they see. So it's actually, I think that's a very outdated idea of what porn is and what it represents.
I mean, if there's anybody that you could have taken a complete different angle with Rabbi Shmuley, do you know what his daughter does? Do you know what him and his daughter do? Rob, you want to pull that up? They have a kosher sex store in Tel Aviv.
Okay.
Ran by his daughter.
Mazel tov.
And sells spice for marriages. So they're about selling toys to couples, but he's not for porn. And Rabbi Shmuley, the last 12 months, has had a rough 12 months. He's been all over the place, going viral, but it's been a rough 12 months for him. But can you pull up the Guardian article? This is kind of where I was going with it, to see a fifth of teenagers watch pornography frequently, or some are addicted, and UK study finds, right? If you go to the bottom, Rob, there's a quote in there that's the part where the correlation between sexual abuse and watching porn is very high. The majority of what they see is violent. Not the majority of what they see is violent. And I know you'll say, well, for us, we don't let the man slap physical abuse. If he's slapping her in the butt, maybe we'll approve it because our people will approve it, but not if it's this and I don't know what kind of stuff that you guys are going to put up there or not. To me, if I was a kid that grew up very poor and we sold drugs, some of our friends sold drugs, the goal was to stop and get away from it, and it's temporary, right? Because there's more honorable ways of making money. Okay, but at certain times when you're in a place and you're doing what you're doing, it's really not your number one job. Like if you look at the correlation between somebody who becomes a porn star and their upbringing with their parents loving mom and dad, it's a lot of messy stories with I'm not saying everybody. I know you're going to go tell me there's this pastor that's now an incredible porn star and all this other stuff. And I even saw that Ron Jeremy one time called his Triple X pastor and he prayed for him. And then right after he prayed for him, he went back and Ron Jeremy's doctor said, if you can climb up the stairs twice, you can do porn. He says, Doc, I climbed up the stairs 4 times, so that means I can do 2 times a day and all this. I've seen all this stuff because Ron Jeremy, I used to go and I'd have dinner, he'd be sitting right next to me. Whatever place he lived, we lived around because he would go to the same El Torito years ago, right? But to me, people don't grow up with their dreams of saying, I want to be a porn star, unless if they watch porn to aspire to become a porn star.
It's interesting.
Let me finish this stop, and I'll finish, turn it over to you. People do it purely. I've been around porn stars. I had people who got into the business and the breakdown of math. And if you're agreeing to do this, gay porn will pay you this much more money than you do this. And there was a dollar amount. This pay this much, that pays this much, this pay this much, this pay so much. If you do this, so person's like, wait a minute, if I do this, you're going to pay me this much. Yes, one day we're sitting, and I'm not going to mention the person's name because the person ended up being a vice president with our company, previous company I was a part of, making $250,000 a year income. One day at the office, these guys are playing late HBO soft porn. Remember HBO when they had soft porn back in the days? I'm sure you consumed it, but back in the days that HBO had soft porn, and guys are like, is that who I think it is? I'm not even kidding with you. He's like, no, it's not. Dude, I think it is. Like, there's no way in the world. Can you pause it? And so then we went to the event, and a couple of the guys approached him. They said, "Was this you?" And you should see the look on his face. The look on the face was like, yeah, back in the days when I needed money, I had to do something to make money. And even bodybuilders, a lot of them do stuff purely out of desperation of needing money. This is not necessarily an industry where I would say more than 5% of people do it because they aspire to grow up and be porn stars. It is an industry because people who become drug dealers, their dream wasn't to be a drug dealer. And I know this is an uncomfortable
Drug
conversation.
dealers are criminals. There's a difference. Drug dealers are criminals.
Yeah, I get that. But even those who did certain kind of porn that is edgy, almost anybody that gets into porn and then they want to make the bigger dollars, they participate in certain things that pays more. That's why I said, what is the dream? Is the dream to help them get off of producing this kind of stuff? Or is the dream to, this is their way to do something and then get away and have a regular day job in whatever they're doing? Because I don't see the dream or the aspirations for us to get other people growing up to say, hey, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to be a porn star.
Well, I think that this is informed a lot because I agree with you. There are a lot of these narratives that are out there that are these kind of doom and gloom stories, right? Because that is
gloom and doom.
A very problematic, long-standing stereotype that that's what it means to be a porn star, right? That's what it means to be a content creator. Is that it necessarily means that you came up through undue hardship, or your parents were absent, or your parents were drug addicts. That's not the reality of a lot of people. I don't want to say that there's like a singular definition of how these people grew up or where they
Been
came
doing
from,
2 hours.
but there is certainly a very dominant idea in the media of what that looks like, and that's because we're as a society, very comfortable with that idea. And I think there's a very
I was around them. This is not about what TBI saw.
So am I. That's my job.
Yeah.
These are my friends and these are my family, and I can tell you
I
that
get that.
these are people
But
that's
let me
not
ask you
their
a question.
reality.
How does somebody aspire to become a porn star? Hang on, I want to hear this.
Mm-hmm.
What is the healthy way that somebody grows up to want to be a porn star? Give me a healthy way.
I think that there's people who are very comfortable with their sexuality, and they see
but
a way to monetize that in a way that is completely
I
legal.
get that, but think about the question, though. The question is, how does one, like, for example, how does one aspire to become a basketball player? They watched somebody play basketball when they were younger. How does somebody aspire to become a baseball player? They watched somebody play baseball when they were younger. How does somebody aspire to become a politician president? They saw a debate. They saw somebody command presence from stage. I want to grow up to be. How does somebody aspire to be a comedian? How does somebody aspire to become a porn star?
How does somebody aspire to work at Starbucks, or how does somebody aspire to want to be an accountant?
No, that's not an aspiration. That's called a job. That's a
And
interim, and then you hope to move up within the company if you decide to stay. But most people that work at Starbucks don't stay there for 20 years. It's a step up of a job is what I'm trying to say. I didn't work at Bally's because I was going to be the CEO of the company. I didn't go in the military because I wanted to be the general of the Army. I went in the Army because I didn't have an option. I went in the Army because I had a 1.8 GPA in high school, and life was tough. It wasn't easy. So all I'm saying is, an element of this is to get away from the industry, because if somebody inspired to become a porn star at a young age, then that's called child pornography. That's exactly part of the problem. When did you know you wanted to be a lawyer? 29 years old? When did you know you wanted to be a lawyer? Probably young age.
Sure.
Who inspired you?
Yeah. Law and Order?
Of course. And how old were you when you first watched it? But you're validating my point.
No, the point is there are adult jobs, right? There are adult jobs that are for adults.
I get what you're saying. I'm not telling you there's not. And I'm not even going with, like, the idea of, we must ban all porn. No, that's the option and the choice of people above 18. This is America. You're not comfortable with it? Don't watch it. But if somebody else that wants to do your thing. But you have to realize, how did one how were they inspired to be a porn star? But there's
a whole bunch of assumptions in that people are inspired. No, I'll tell you what the assumptions.
Interviewed. You want me to roll up how many documentaries of former porn stars' background?
That people are inspired or aspire, right? People like Alex, who works with creators every single day, and not anecdotally, like talking about working with them, helping them through their business issues, helping them with trust and safety, helping them with all these things, getting to know them.
Yeah.
They have stories that are as varied as you can imagine. In fact, before I got into this,
5% of them.
No, before I got into this, I had never met anybody in the adult industry, or at least admitted to me they were in the adult industry. Never. And I had all kinds of these preconceived notions.
Right.
What their background looked like, what their education looks like. All of a sudden, I'm meeting people who are, and this is a very loaded word, normal, who are parents and spouses, who have advanced degrees, who come from strong, stable families.
You're making the exception. So
I'm telling you, my
Solomon,
experience, and you're telling me your experience.
How good of a boxer are you? How good of a boxer are you?
Come on, I'm a Jewish guy named Solomon with these glasses. It's
That's
not
my
gonna happen.
point.
It's not gonna
Why
happen.
though? Why? Why are you not a boxer? Why are you not a jiu-jitsu fighter? How many jiu-jitsu? Can you type in how many jiu-jitsu fighters that are Jewish?
I think they're good
Hang on
judo.
a
We got
second.
judo
But-
guys.
I know you do, but type in how many professional jiu-jitsu fighters that are Jewish. Okay, can you type that up? I'm a Christian guy. Okay, so there isn't much information about how many Jewish fighters there are. You know why? You know what's the profile of a fighter? Fighting is not illegal. But what's the profile of a fighter? What is the profile of somebody that became a fighter?
It makes his ears look small.
Place that was probably not the best option, and they wish they could have become an accountant or a lawyer or something else. They didn't have another choice. I was a 1.8 GPA kid in high school. I didn't have a lot of choice. I went to the Army, and then later on, I got lucky to get into the financial services industry. I grew up with people that were in this space. The number one G dealer in the caps back then, I was the guy. My guy was a friend of mine that had to drop him off in UK. Anyways, the number one pot sales guy, the number one ecstasy guy that went to jail for 9 years. These are all my buddies. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make to you is the part of it that if somebody is in this space, it's to say if somebody got into the space, they had a rough upbringing. No one grows up to be a porn
You know what's
star.
interesting?
at
There's a lot
12
of
years
truth
old.
in what you're saying, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think it actually brings us to agreement more than disagreement. The creator community, whether it's porn star, call them what you want, they are vulnerable, right? They are a vulnerable community. So
Thank
you could have no question about it,
Yeah.
which is why they need a platform that keeps them safe to the absolute nth degree.
Maybe
so, like,
for 3 to 6 months they do this to get off of it
so,
and go do
which is their
something else.
personal choice.
Right.
We live in America or Canada, land of personal
Yeah.
choice and self-determination. But when you have a population that is vulnerable, by the way,
Which
for
one is
a
this,
number
Rob?
of reasons,
What's this?
they need to have a platform that is absolutely safe.
I earn millions from doing porn, but my adult film can ruin my life. X-rated stars a bitter reality of the job, revealing she's shamed over it every day and even lost her whole family because of her. By the way, this is just
So
one
this
story.
is the Daily Mail, and this is a story about Riley Reid, who is a multimillionaire and who owns her own agency.
Do you know how many stories we can?
Sorry,
put
her
out?
own
I don't
agency of
even
what
know
kind
who
of
She
Riley
has
Reid
her
is.
own content management agency. She's happily married with a kid.
Alexandra, what I'm trying to say to you is, I can give you hundreds of stories like this. You cannot tell me somebody who grows up to be a porn star, they grew up to become a porn star because since they were a kid they had a dream. And if that was the case, they watched porn illegally and these people groomed them at a young age. That's a problem. And you can't sit there and say that's not a problem. If a person became a porn star at 18, they were consuming porn and they were inspired by these guys. This is not a healthy industry to be a part of. There are certain things that we do that you get out. You're trying to get out of it. I was a bodyguard at one point for a Colombian guy. What do you think I was doing for this Colombian guy? Selling sugar? What do you think I was doing for this guy in Santa Monica, California? No. But there was a time I'm like, hey, what's going to happen with this? I don't know if I want to do this. And then boom, I'm out. Certain things in life that happens. All I'm saying is when I think about, investing in certain industries at any cost of rate of return, money to be made, I don't know. One of my very, very good friends back in the days, God bless his soul, was a criminal defense attorney in L.A. And he would talk like this. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, buddy? And he was in a porn himself in his late 50s, early 60s. And he was a lawyer to a bunch of these criminal guys until eventually he started doing cocaine and then he went to jail. And
You have a really fascinating cast of characters around you. That's all I can say.
I mean,
We're
listen.
the most boring people you've ever met.
Actually, no, you would be amazed. You have to know, I enjoy good conversations, and I'm enjoying this conversation
So
because,
likewise.
because you're giving me your perspective, and I'm going to tell the story to say their point of view was ... And they seem like reasonable, nice, respectful people. I'm not walking away saying, this was a bad experience, you were disrespectful,
not at
you
all.
were rude. Not at all.
Likewise.
I'm going to walk away saying, I actually really enjoyed their conversation. I'm just questioning if, I think America right now has the wrong people as heroes, and they're confusing a lot of kids. I want to make sure kids, hero-making machine is a problem in America, and their kids are confused today in a big way. And I'm just, I just want to make sure that, that mindset of growing up saying, when I grow up, I want to be this, doesn't happen. That's because life was hard.
Patrick, we started the discussion about young people accessing the platform by saying we want to be blocked by Apple, Google, and Microsoft. Like, let that one sink in. That is the ownership group of Pornhub saying we want our platform to be blocked
And we're
by
currently
Apple,
blocked
Google, and
in
Microsoft.
how many states actively right now where people can't?
13, 14
states where
we
we've
have
made the
withdrawn
conscious
service.
decision to block our our service
What's
outright.
the reasoning for?
Yeah, because we will not take the ID of individual visitors. We will not take people's
those
private
states
information.
require you to
Correct.
take the ID.
And we
Which
won't do
states
it.
are these?
Texas, Mississippi,
Really?
Virginia.
So wait a minute.
Arkansas.
The Texas person you talked about that you said was a Reagan person which argument was that for?
So we challenged the law. We won at the trial. He overturned the law and found it unconstitutional. The state appealed. 2 out of 3 of the judges agreed with Texas. We went to the Supreme Court of the United States, and they have granted us called certiorari.
I don't
They've agreed
know
to hear
about
the case.
that.
The case will be heard in December, which, by the way, has been joined by the ACLU representing the First Amendment interest.
Solomon, is this at Utah, Texas, Louisiana?
So those are states where, regardless
Arkansas.
of anything, you cannot access Pornhub.
Yeah, so the difference, by the way,
Because
between
they have to give the ID.
right. So other platforms
Good
are
for them.
the other platforms are just operating there, not obeying the law. We have withdrawn service because we
Which
want
goes to
this
show
to be
that
done.
these laws do not work.
Right, of course they don't work.
Because there has been, I think, zero exactly
no
other
enforcement.
websites that have, there's no enforcement that's happening. So all these other porn sites are still accessible in these states where people can go. These are websites that have minimal, if no compliance, trust and safety. They're not moderating their content. So people can still access all of those, except they can't go on ours, which is a safe site that does moderate content.
Which is
So
why
it's not working.
a device-based solution on all the devices that we already use today would actually stop young people from
By
accessing
the way,
porn.
these people that are your hundreds of moderators that all they do is watch porn all day.
Yeah.
When they get home, are they like, babe, I'm so tired. I'm not in a mood, babe. I've watched so much crazy shit that I'm like, what do you want to, like, what is, I would be curious to know how long they last at their job. Do some people
it's a
stay
bit-
doing that for like years, or is it like 6 months at a time? We're like, I'm
Or
burned
even
out.
more, how long it takes to train them to be able to do that.
You have to train them, like physically show them like what things,
Absolutely.
So-
It's a months-long protocol.
like
Yeah.
physically showing different positions what's going to prove or not.
All sorts of acts that we allow or don't allow.
Are you
the
joking
standards.
right now?
No, it's a
No.
3-month
So you guys will
training
be like,
period.
hey, Mary, do me a favor, put that leg up. John, can you go stand?
No, they
we
watch
will
No,
not
no,
approve
no,
this.
looking at videos.
We're looking at
Content.
things that.
Oh, I
yes.
thought you guys.
Like, Patrick, you've got a fascinating idea of
No,
what's
we're
happening at
talking
the
about
office.
making sure that the content is
I probably
adhering
just got
to
you
community
1,000
guidelines.
employees. Watch the amount of resumes.
But to
Bob.
answer your question, no, there are a lot of
Oh
folks that
my
have been at the
God.
company for a very long time.
Crazy.
People really enjoy working for us.
Listen. You sound happy.
I'm very happy.
You sound happy. Your tone sounds very happy. So that's good for you. Anyways, it's been a very interesting conversation. I had no idea what direction we're going to go, but it
been
was
a
actually
blast.
great. And normally. I'm laughing, Rob, because I think the only person that will understand why I'm laughing. Normally, we would say, to learn more about their business, go visit. But we're not doing that today because we don't need to. It's going to be, if they want to do it, they're going to do their thing if they're above 18 years old. All right.
They can go to our Trust and Safety Center, though, if they
Which
want to
one is
learn
that?
more.
Which one is that?
The Pornhub Trust and Safety Center that outlines all of our policies and the ways that
Who
we keep
would
the platform.
go to a website that long? Pornhub, Trust, and
Oh, no,
Safety
sorry. That's not the
Center.com?
URL. No, that's not the URL. We can give you the URL to
Holy
plug after.
moly.
But
Anyways, we will do that.
there we go. You've got it up on the screen. Boom.
That's it?
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, guys. Well, we appreciate you for coming on.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you very
This was
much
very
for having
interesting.
us.
Yes.
We had a
Take care.
blast.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
That was interesting. Pornhub is a problem. Yeah, what's going on? Bro, gotta admit, thumbs up on this one. Let's see what else is going on in YouTube land. Oh, look, Culture War live.
fall to the ground.
I think they canceled Ray. There was supposed to be a trilogy for Ray for Star Wars. That's been canceled.
Yeah, with a
And-
feminist documentary filmmaker making a blockbuster for the first time. Yeah.
Yep, and then you have The Acolyte, canceled after the first season.
disaster.
Someone at Disney's getting pissed, and they're like, what is happening? It's like, dude, here's how I describe it. Jack Dorsey used to be, he's a former CEO of Twitter when it was Twitter, free speech wing of the free speech party.
Something far worse and even dark.
Let's start from the beginning.
Several years ago, this country faced a dark day. Violence in the streets of Washington, D.C., the seat of power of this country, was assaulted in a way that we never expected. Hundreds of police officers were injured. Barricades were torn down. You could see smoke rising up from the city streets. I was terrified when I saw this. I couldn't believe it was happening. Of course, I'm referring to when Antifa attacked the White House and forced Donald Trump into the emergency bunker, set fire to St. John's Church, and firebombed the White House. What are you guys here for?
Something far worse. And even darker
Burps.
There was another insurrection? I thought May 29th was the only insurrection when the far left attacked the White House, tore down the barricades, firebombed the grounds, and set fire to St. John's Church, forcing Donald Trump into a bunker.
You're forgetting about, it was January 20th of 2017.
I was there.
You were there.
Yeah, I got arrested.
Well, see,
But not processed. There's a difference. People don't understand.
there were a lot of arrests that night. There was a lot of people arrested for violence, and then something interesting happened. The DOJ started turning them all back out on the street again, canceling their cases. The few that went to trial were either hung juries or they were acquitted by D.C. juries, of course. Something that is not happening to...
Now, hold on there a minute. You're saying that there were two insurrections? Don't tell me there was a third one on another date at some point 3 years ago in January, perhaps on January 6th. Oh, your mic's off. Okay, guys, welcome to the show. Why don't everybody introduce themselves now that we're done being morons?
Hi. My name is Joel Berry. I'm the managing editor of the Babylon Bee and one of the writers for a new movie that is coming out called January 6th, The Most Darkest Day, which is a very, very serious and thorough examination of that very horrible day in history.
We have two men who know it all firsthand, in fact.
We do. My name is Adam Johnson, or the Lectern Guy, as I'm more notably known online and in chat rooms. You can find me on Twitter. That's the only place I'm at. Bunch of kids went to prison, not out of prison now, and things are going better.
And I know it was hard for you because originally your branding was Podium Guy, and you tried really hard to correct the record.
It was Via Getty up front. A lot of people who just don't understand that Getty Images takes photo and Via Getty means by Getty
That
Images.
was incredible.
It was, but these are the people of Twitter 1.0.
And then
grown since then.
There's a real journalist here.
Well, there are those who would contend with that. But yeah, Steve Baker, I'm with the Blaze Media, investigative journalist for them. On that infamous day back in 2021, January 6th, I was actually independent at the time. And so because I did not submit my story to either the New Yorker or the New York Times or someone like... I have to correct my own record. Actually, I sold my videos. One of the first entities that bought and licensed my videos was the New York Times for their documentary, HBO for their documentary.
Wow.
And yet still, nevertheless, because my view of what happened that day was a little bit different than the approved narrative, it took them over 3 years, but they finally put me in leg chains.
That was actually crazy. The video that came out of they shackled you, like you just some mild-mannered journalist, and they're like, let's make a example of him.
Yeah, and the thing is that they didn't have to do that. I was in the courtroom with actual felony defendants who were allowed to wear their suit and tie and come in with their attorney. But they instructed my attorney on the morning before I had to self-present, told them that I had to show up in shorts, T-shirt, and flip-flops.
Wow.
That was we have it in writing. It's in an email to my attorney from the Department of Justice.
What?
Yeah.
And what if you didn't?
And I didn't.
So they shackled.
I showed up in a suit, tie.
They wanted the photo. They wanted you looking up like a schlub.
Yeah. That was exactly what they wanted. And I knew, of course, if they did that, that meant that was an easier transfer into the orange jumpsuit and the chains. And so I asked my attorney, I said, why are they doing, because they didn't have to do this. And first of all, we're talking about, I'm a misdemeanor defendant, nonviolent misdemeanor defendant. And they don't have to do that. So felony guys are just walking into the courtroom with their lawyers. Nonviolent misdemeanor defendant is brought in leg chains and belly chains with my wrist cuffed to my
Now,
stomach.
I take offense to this because I actually showed up in a white V-neck, shorts, and flip-flops intentionally.
You did.
I don't know about this. This is
Florida,
good.
but it's a dress, and honestly, I have no respect for that court system. So why would I show it any type of?
Did they shackle you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now,
Well, you're.
Steven,
I mean, you might steal their lectern. They didn't know.
do you know karate? Are you a martial artist? I mean, is there any reason that they had to? I mean, could you have done actual damage to these guys in the courtroom?
The violence is in my pen.
Yeah, the pen is mightier.
Yeah,
And that is exactly, what because I asked my attorney, I said, why are they doing this to me? And he
So,
said, "You know why. You've embarrassed them, you've been poking them in the eye for 3 years, and this is retribution."
It's insane.
And that's a form, and my attorney
Oh,
is
man.
a 23-year former
So sad.
prosecutor himself, so he knows.
Well,
yeah, let me save it
you know, we're
first.
working on a documentary to show the world the true evils.
Yeah.
of these men.
Yeah, yeah. We didn't really necessarily set out to make something that, we need to change the narrative, we need to fight back, we need to stand, at the Babylon Bee, all we're trying to do most of the time is look for the
Yeah, I'm
funny.
trying to
We're
sculpt
looking for
once a
the funny
day
stuff
at
that we
least,
think of. And I think one of the
and
funniest
record
things
it,
that
and
has
see what
happened in the
happens.
last 3 years has just been the leftist
Start putting
reaction to
stuff out
January
there.
6th has been so melodramatic and over the top. The way they brought in like an ABC TV executive to write the narrative for the January 6th hearings. It's
I don't know.
Well, they're a bunch of theater kids.
Yeah, they're a bunch of theater kids. And it's and we've done headlines for 3 years about this, about how they're doing the January 6th cinematic extended universe and just kind of making fun of how it's really all just, it's a Hollywood thing, it's a narrative thing, and so we decided to just
It's a
make it,
narrative.
really is just by itself very funny, and what I have been surprised to hear, just from people who have already screened it. We've sent it to a few, January 6th defendants. They've said this is the best defense and indictment of the left in their response to January 6th that I've seen, and we're just making jokes. And I think there's something powerful in just we made this documentary as in kind of a leftist voice. We have this fake leftist columnist. His name is Garth Strudelfud. And he's very angry and serious about January 6th. And we just kind of played it earnestly all the way through. And you kind of realize as you're watching it just how ridiculous this whole thing is.
You've got some competition now. There's an off-Broadway play right now that's came out. Have you seen
Yeah,
this?
I've seen the clips of
What?
it.
There's an off-Broadway
Hold on, what?
play right now of January 6th.
It is. It almost makes me mad because it's almost funnier than what we made.
This is
Oh no. Should we? Is this? Where's the?
yeah. There's
yeah,
the play.
that's it
All right,
there.
here we go.
Down everyone who was there. You know that, right? You know that. Videos and cell phones.
Government's closing in.
Wasn't that, bad?
I don't care.
How can you not care?
Because I didn't break any laws. Tell me the law I broke.
You smashed through police barricades and you overtook the United States Capitol.
But I didn't break any laws.
You carried your weapon on the federal grounds.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I carried my weapon on the federal grounds that we own, that American citizens own.
Paying taxes gives you no right.
Said I pay taxes.
What?
I have every constitutional right to carry a weapon and to take over Congress. Just because a law is written does not mean it's the right law. We went in there, they scurried away like rats and hid. That is how you do it.
I thought this was you guys.
Wow. Oh my God. Yo,
Yeah,
these
it's hard
people.
to top that.
So this is the story of the kid who turned his dad in. That's what his dad. And it's funny because if you really want to imagine what those conversations were actually like, the dad's sitting in the chair, slumped over with his belly sticking out, holding a beer, and the kid's like, "Dad, were you at the Capitol?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." And he's like, and that's it. That's probably all that happened.
Yeah.
That was the first trial. It was Guy Reppet, was the actual real name of the character that was arrested and went to trial. And he did. He carried a firearm illegally into the district. There were a lot of
Oh
people that
boy,
carried
oh
firearms.
boy, look at his
There
eyes.
was a lot of places to hold, and keep a gun concealed. So there was a lot more of that going on there that day than we would want to even admit. But the most important thing that everyone has to understand is that not a single person in the crowd used those weapons against law enforcement. The only shot that day was fired by a cop.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees it's a bad day, but it's kind of funny how they've turned it into the apocalypse.
Yeah.
And that's why I opened the show by talking about May 29th, 2020. Because at the very least, you could make the argument that, by all means, say they're comparable. I don't care. The president was forced into an emergency bunker. And actually, I would say it's not even fair to call it comparable because the far left injured over 100 officers, set fire to St. John's Church. You know what? And I'm going to pull this video up. And they firebombed the White House grounds, tearing down the barricades. Nothing. The photos of that day are insane, of the smoke rising up from the streets of D.C. from the helicopter shots. It's insane.
It might also be pertinent to say that the people that day, all of them were kind of in accord. We're all going to act stupid and fool, and we're all here to do violent things. The majority of people on January 6th were not there to do violent things. They were not acting violently. They were walking around. We've seen the tour videos. These are two different crowds completely.
They're completely different, and the timing is what, again, because the media won't cover this accurately, they don't understand that those violent provocateurs, those people that had intention of stirring something up that day, they were already there at the Capitol long before Trump ever finished his speech. And, because that whole thing erupted 25 minutes before Trump ever left the stage. And they were already breaching barricades and
They had already murdered AOC.
Take a look at this. This is a video, and this is the May 29th insurrection. This is a historic presidential church across the street from the White House. This video went viral. I should make it bigger, actually. And you can see that they broke into St. John's Church, and they set a massive fire. All the while, they were attacking police officers, setting fire in the street at the White House. They were firebombing the White House grounds. And I think the estimates are, they say somewhere between I don't know, what is it, 140 officers were injured that day. I actually blame Republicans because they did not treat this with the severity that they should have.
Yes.
And following this event, they should have had committee hearings. They should have said, how was the White House assaulted by these extremists? How was it that
Right about now, I just
but they did nothing. And so
go
when
ahead
Donald
and
Trump, after they clear the riot, the insurrection out, Trump takes a photo with the Bible at St. John's Church. They nearly burned it down. Fortunately, firefighters were able to put the fire out. Then they said Trump attacked peaceful protesters for a photo op.
Yeah, the way they turned that narrative around was insane. And I agree with you about the Republicans and their failure to address this. It's almost like leftist violence has become so ubiquitous we're desensitized to it. After 2020, it's just we've kind of taken it for granted at this point that that's their MO. That's the way leftists get their stuff done, is through political violence. Whereas the crowd on January 6th, we're talking about the most law-abiding, peaceful people in the nation. I mean, these are people who own and build businesses, who have families, who have never done anything crazy like this. They're not agitators. The fact that even some of them were driven to this point, what the narrative should be is what pushed these normal people over the edge to this. What were they mad about?
Can I just, I want to ask something. Are you guys familiar with Broadway? Plays or anything like that? Are you theater?
I know of it.
Yeah. I just couldn't help but notice that on this promo that MSNBC has for the off-Broadway play, it says, conceived and directed by Stephen Sachs. And I'm like, is it normal for people to plaster their name in Broadway? Because maybe it is, and I just don't know. Yeah. You think it is? Because I just kind of feel like it's funny. It just says a lot about a person who's like, I made this. It was me. Like
I wouldn't be putting my name on this. Yeah.
well,
they're making a movie too. Aaron Sorkin is scripting a movie about January 6th, which is hilarious to me. The West Wing guy.
What was that show? Newsroom or whatever?
Yeah, Newsroom with Jeff Daniels.
And having worked in newsrooms, I cannot. That show is so absolutely awful.
Just so melodramatic.
Yeah, it's just. Oh my God, the garbage that Sorkin makes, where it's like, you really think this is what people think of these jobs now because of these shows? And I'm like, newsrooms are nothing like this. It's the stupidest thing ever.
lionizing these journalists as if they're like these, they deeply care about the truth and what they're saying, and they're just hacks.
I had
a teleprompter.
It's not like so Newsroom dealt with a lot of big stories, but I can give you one really simple example of how these newsrooms operate, and it's not as important of a story, but it was when the movie Ghost in the Shell came out, and Scarlett Johansson was playing this character. She's white, and they said the character, who's the Major, that's the character's name. The character's a real name, but they call her the Major, is Japanese. And so, got a problem here.
Whitewashing.
And I'm actually a fan of Ghost in the Shell. And so during the editorial meeting, these young whippersnapper millennials are like, we actually have a story here because Scarlett Johansson is white, and it's an anime where the character's supposed to be Japanese. And so this is like whitewashing. And then on the call, I went, actually, like a big premise of Ghost in the Shell is that the mind transcends these things, and actually the Major is in a prosthetic body. So the idea of the show itself is that what makes you can be transferred to another body. So a lot of fans are actually praising that you have the story being a Japanese girl is nearly killed, and they transfer her consciousness through cyberized nanites into a prosthetic body entirely.
It jives with the themes perfectly.
Yeah, and I was like, fans are actually praising this, saying this is an interesting way to spin it with a movie star, and then the editorial team just went, yeah, but we think white people, so we're gonna run the angle there, and I was like,
but white people are bad.
But white people are bad, and we want the clicks, and we want to accuse people of racism, so we're just gonna say it anyway. And I'm like, okay.
I think it's ridiculous because how many TV shows and movies do they cast people who are not gay as gay characters? Nick Offerman in The Last of Us. You couldn't find a single gay guy in Hollywood to play that role. You've got to take Ron Swanson from me. I was upset about that.
On purpose.
They do that. They did that with Captain America. That any kind of masculine, traditionally masculine cis character, eventually is going to have to pay his penance by playing a gay guy.
Cis.
Cis.
What is that? That sounds like a slur to me.
Elon Musk is categorized it as a slur.
Yeah, you'll get flagged for committing for hate.
Everyone says Heath Ledger offed himself because of playing the Joker. It was Brokeback Mountain.
Who's going to play you in the January 6th movie?
Oh man, I mean, obviously someone who looks very much like me. I'm thinking Ryan Gosling.
Right.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds or something. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a good point. You'll probably be cast as
John Krasinski played me on Saturday Night Live.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Oh wait, I want to find that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's great.
Crazy stuff.
You
Did they call him a lectern or his podium? Like, how did they say it?
There were families sitting around a table game night or something, or a date night at someone's home, and the feds break in and they start arresting one person at a time because they were all at the Capitol. And Krasinski picks up a lectern from behind the couch and walks out with it. Hang on a second.
Okay, wait, is this it?
I think that is it, yeah.
Is it?
I think you know someone, and then this happens.
I know. Well, let's start the game, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, well, I bet that's the pizza.
All right, but hop to it, Angela, because we got a lot of pioneering to get through.
Okay, quit reminding us. Angela Barnes, you're under arrest. Okay, I know that. Angela? Not sweet racist Angela. It's true.
Can we talk about how SNL sucks so bad? Oh, it's just so hard to watch.
It was worth it. I had sex with Chuck Norris. At least he told me
What?
he was Chuck Norris. He kept saying, "You still think I'm Chuck Norris, right?" Okay.
Wow, thank you for telling me the joke.
Let me just get my
It's
stuff,
so cringy.
please. Okay. Now, Uncle Jim says don't tread on this. Oh,
Wow.
It's so
Is anyone freaked out that two of our friends just got arrested? Oh no, not you too.
Dude, you know me better than that, okay? It's just the pizza guy.
Or is it?
Damn it. Are you Keith Reynolds? Yes. Or Q Daddy on Facebook Marketplace?
Yeah, so we didn't get to see him carry the lectern, but
Oh man.
I don't.
It's in the sketch.
Does she have a passport?
No, we don't care about whatever that is. Yeah. Oh, there he is. I mean, I think that was the right choice for actor for you.
I think so as well.
Yeah, your imposing stature matches that of Krasinski.
It looks like one you made. Is that what
It does look like one that I've made. Oh,
Do you have to pay Getty when you use your own photo?
no. No.
So
I know if I want to use it for things I have to pay for some type of rights to use it.
Yeah.
And I think it's like $5,000 for up to 1 million different sales or uses of it.
Just fair use it. All you got to do is put devil horns on yourself, and now it's transformative.
Yeah. Just use our Babylon Bee version.
Can I make myself taller? Will that also?
So for those that missed this, there's a big part of the story that on, let me see if, when you look at photographs in newspapers, Getty Images is a large image repository that news organizations will license. So when they're using a photo on their website or newspaper, they have to include via Getty, meaning it came from Getty Images. What happened? Some journalists saw it say via Getty, and they assumed your name was via Getty.
Yes. So
because these people are not very smart.
This is Twitter 1.0. These are the people who used to rule the world.
Wow.
Oh, was this like it was a trending thing, wasn't it?
It was actually. But they were like, who names their kid via Getty? Like no one. That's.
Wow. You know what it is though. I saw this post from JD Vance, and he had said something like, he's like, my 2 boys eat like 14 eggs a day, so I gotta something, and some journalist, was it Stephanie Rule or whatever? I don't know her name. She was just like 14 eggs a day between 2 people. That's like 90 eggs a week. Do you really think people believe this? And JD Vance was like, I once said I could sleep all day, and they fact-checked me saying I sleep only 8 hours. Like, these people cannot understand. Look, I know the NPC meme, it's meant to be a joke, but I genuinely wonder if these people have some kind of limited early-stage AI for brains. It's like, do you not understand abstracts? They see Via Getty in an image, and they're like, his name is Via Getty. It's like, did any of you think?
That study did come out where there are real NPCs. They do not have an internal monologue. They don't.
Well, it's true, but I've met people who are based who say they don't. And I've talked to people and asked them, like, you have no inner monologue, and they're like, I don't know what that means. I'm like, you don't think words? You don't like think in chains of thoughts of consciousness and language? And they're like, I see pictures and like images. And I was like, okay, well, they weren't woke, and they seem to be answering my questions. So I don't want to immediately just assume that anybody who can't formulate, have an inner monologue is incapable of processes. I don't know.
I think NPCs are more like there are people who are more communal in nature. Like they like to be a part of something. You saw it with the masking. People were excited to mask up because they thought, like, I'm a part of something bigger than myself. And that's like people who are religious, people who believe in God are kind of more immune to that because we already have something that's actually meaningful that's bigger than ourselves. Those who don't are kind of looking for that, and so there's that sense to where the NPCs that go along with the crowd, you're kind of finding meaning in something bigger than yourself.
But it's the same mindset. It's the same NPC mindset of these mainstream journalists that are still on the J6 beat, that are still writing stories about it, still covering the trials, and they can't seem to find their way to realize that 99.9998% of the people that were there that day, weren't insurrectionists, weren't there for any other issue. There were only, by the Department of Justice own numbers, about 225 people that did violence. Now, they've charged more people with that because, you get them for aiding and abetting, or they were near it, or they touched the sign that was being passed over their head, rather than, it's just a normal response that you do. Something's coming over your head, you reach up. That person got charged with a felony.
Or someone's pushing you from behind, your hands go up to not fall over.
Yeah.
I think we all know the atrocities committed by Lectern Man over here.
Yes.
But what were you accused of doing?
I have been accused of glorified trespassing. That's the first one right there. Also, abusive language and abusive behavior, because before and after the event, when I was outside of the restricted areas, I said some things I didn't like. Like, for instance, in my hotel room that night afterwards in Virginia, I called Nancy Pelosi a bitch.
That's it. Lock him up.
It's in my charging document. Something I said in my hotel room on a podcast that night with another journalist. We're watching television, so I get back. We pour, we're literally pouring an adult beverage. We've got the camera rolling. It's going live to YouTube, and I'm joking about what we're seeing on the television, which was allegedly somebody had stolen Pelosi's laptop.
Right.
So I said these words, and it's in my charging documents. God, I wish I'd taken that laptop. Can you imagine what I would have learned about the government? I'm an investigative journalist. I say that. They use those words against me that I wish I had stolen Pelosi's laptop.
Wow.
And then I tell the story about when I went down the hallway into her office suite. So as I turned into and I've got my camera rolling the whole time, so I go into the office suite, and as soon as I see, and my camera frames up on actual damage in her office, tables flipped over, bookshelves are rifled, stuff's all over the floor, in my head, I went, I got to get the heck out of Dodge. Because this is the first time I'd seen damage inside the Capitol. I don't need to be here. So I actually saved that I said the word. Unfortunately, I saw damage in Pelosi's office. The word unfortunately. But I followed it up with, but it couldn't have happened to a more deserving bitch. and that ends up in my charging document.
Wow.
You got
They don't
charged
like
with
your
telling the
words.
truth.
Right.
Well, I suppose they put that towards intent or something, or motive.
Yes, that's correct. That's it. That is exactly what they're trying to frame. What your intentions are, your mental mindset of the day. It's a thought crime.
There was another. I believe this is part of your story. There was another journalist who had been basically in the same areas as you, was walking around with you, but his framing of everything was insurrection, bad, evil men.
Yeah.
And so no charges for him.
Yeah, actually, Luke Mogelson, who submitted his story to the New Yorker, famously captured the cell phone camera video of the QAnon shaman praying in the Senate and doing all the things he did in the Senate chamber. Luke captured that, wrote the story, submitted it to the New Yorker, and the title of his story was "Among the Insurrectionists." Well, that was his get out of jail free card right there. But he actually went through a broken window before I did.
Wow.
Then you can see, because I had access to all the Capitol CCTV. So I didn't have to wait on discovery from the government to get all the video of me in the Capitol. I already had it. And not only that, but even though it's marked sensitive or highly sensitive, which would mean I can't release it unless it's used in a trial, I had received it directly from Speaker Johnson.
Wow.
So I was able to release the entire 37 minutes of me inside the Capitol, and it shows me behaving better than most of the journalists that were there that day. I wasn't parading. I wasn't wearing any political attire, no Trump gear or anything like that. You see me actually getting and moving away from the crowd, videotaping above and away, and then stopping on occasion to actually take notes. Setting my backpack, my tripod down, and taking notes. And so all of this is now. So what they try to do, as you said, Tim, is they try to frame the intent of my insurrectionism by words I said before and afterwards.
That's insane.
But what they're not doing is they're not going after the other. We've cataloged right now somewhere between 80 and 100 other journalists, freelancers, stringers, independents, social media influencers, podcasters, including actual employees of major media companies who entered a restricted space. Now, just because you work for the New York Times, or just because you have a badge, a press pass of any kind, that does not give you the legal right to enter a restricted space unless you're given express permission to do so by law enforcement. So anybody, especially a journalist, Journalism 101, first year in journalism school, no, you cannot enter a taped off, police area. Your press pass does not give you permission to do that. But somewhere in between 80 and 100 did do that, but the only ones who have been charged so far are the ones, and there's a handful of us.
Colbert's people did that, I think.
Yeah, with Triumph the Insult Comic Dog.
Uh-huh.
They tried to get into Nancy Pelosi's office or something, didn't they?
Well, they were there after hours when it was closed or something like that, and they were like walking around where they weren't supposed to be unescorted, and nobody cared. The argument they made, because Colbert actually addressed this, was we weren't there to protest. We're just walking around, and it's like, okay, so get charged with trespass.
Well, is it illegal or not? Is pulling a fire alarm illegal or not? These are There should be a standard of justice across the board.
Don't you besmirch the name of Jamal Bowman. He thought that fire alarm opened the door. Isn't that what he said? He thought the fire alarm would unlock the door?
Yeah, but he knew better because he removed the two signs.
No,
First of all.
He thought that if he pulled the lever, the doors would fly open and those signs could go whipping out into the air, injuring someone. So he politely took them down before opening the door.
Maybe he just did a lot of escape rooms, and he's like, "There's a secret way to get out this. I got to move a couple signs around."
No, but that was the legal. If we're going to talk about the legal side of it, is that the government is deliberately ignoring 100 other individuals, allegedly press of some sort, of some type, that entered a restricted space. So we have actually on the table right now. We should probably hear within the week. We have a motion to dismiss my case based on selective prosecution.
Wow.
And then not only is it very well written, very well presented to the judge to rule upon, but even if he rules against it, which we expect him to do, it's about a 50-50 chance that because in the motion we demand that the government provide for us the discovery on that 100 journalists.
Fantastic.
Oh.
And that will piss them off. And they will not have time to provide that discovery in the next 4 to 5 weeks before my trial.
But can the judge deny you that discovery?
Yes, he can absolutely deny it. And they have given me a plea offer. We just got that a couple of weeks ago. And
are you allowed to say what it is? Or
yeah, it's public. They have offered me the opportunity rather to plea down to the glorified trespassing charge, which is entering and remaining in a restricted space, as my single and only charge. Now, in a plea offer, they do not tell you what your punishment will be for taking the plea.
Right.
It's just assumed based on the comparatives that I'd probably get 2 years probation and a large fine.
Oh, so not prison for 3 months?
Well, for instance, you get the trial. You get the trial punishment if you go to trial.
Yeah, but I mean,
I took a plea deal. I went to prison for 3 months for that charge.
Right.
Yes, but I mean, how could you even compare the hardworking journalism of Steve to your atrocity of taking?
You touched the sacred lectern.
You lifted a lectern up and then put it down.
My judge was mostly pissed off that I was smiling. He could not wrap his head around. How are you smiling? And I was like, well, I just don't like the government.
But see, I've had. Go ahead.
Quick question: is it possible that if you accept this plea agreement, the judge could say, like, you're going to say you're guilty in exchange for this plea down? Is it possible the judge just says, "Sure, I don't care. I'm throwing the book at you"?
Absolutely, 100%.
Wow.
No, the single charge, they can put me in prison for up to 12 months and multi-$1,000 fine. Now they've increased the fines now, as you've probably been following here, is that over the last year especially, these people who have had the Gibson Go accounts and they've been raising money for not only their legal fees but also in many cases just to keep their mortgage because they've lost their jobs. Some of these guys have been have been held in pretrial detention. They've raised as much as $250,000 for their legal defense funds and paying their mortgage, that kind of thing, while dad's in prison, those kinds of things. Well, now the courts are fining these people that amount of money which they raised. This is evil.
Whoa.
This is evil. So if they raise $50,000 or raised $250,000 through their Gibson Go, that's their fine. Now, what
are they publicly stating it's because you raised the money?
Absolutely.
They're saying you raised all this money. We're taking it.
They're showing what you were. How you benefited essentially from your charge or from your crime. So you've benefited this much from your crime, so that's what your fine is going to be. So that's why even in my plea deal, we anticipate a very, very stiff penalty because they're going to argue you were an independent at the time, and since then you've been hired by the Blaze. You've been financially remunerated for your crime.
Wow.
So your fine, they're actually thinking my fine could be as high as $100,000.
Wow, that's insane.
Whereas Ray Epps got $500 fine.
$500.
Yes.
I mean, all he did was tell people to go into the Capitol over and over again.
He also had his hands on the sign that was being pushed into cops.
So which other people got a felony for, he didn't.
Yeah.
But was it possible that he was trying to adhere to the sign like Spider-Man to pull it away from the police and help them?
It's possible. Feds work in mysterious ways.
Do you know what I was shocked about, though? To find out that there were people being sent to prison who weren't even there that day.
Oh, I mean, look at
Enrique Tario.
Yeah. He's not even allowed to be in the city, and they're like 20 years.
Yeah.
That's insane.
22 years he got. And of course, we were talking about it this morning in the lobby at the hotel. Was you have a guy like Stuart Rhodes, who I'm somewhat obsessed with his story, because if ever anybody was sentenced to a multi-decade sentence for a thought crime, it was Stuart Rhodes. 9 different FBI agents in his trial testified under cross-examination that they never were able to find either written or verbal evidence of orders for the Oath Keepers to enter the Capitol, stop the certification, attack Congress, blah, 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 blah. They also proved absolutely conclusively that the only thing that Stuart Rhodes was guilty of was words that he said before he got to the Capitol and words that he said after he left the Capitol. He never went inside the building. 18 years.
Yeah. And Joe Biggs as well, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What, he got a couple decades? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what was he.
He was
20
there.
years.
He was there. He actually, I think, he was in the building more so. But Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in the place. And they said, well, he posted on Parler or something. Don't leave.
I think Biggs had additional charges that happened after January 6th. They tagged on. They found, I think, a grenade or something in his home and some classified documents. But I mean,
well, Stuart Rhodes was calling for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act. He had written 2 open letters to President Trump to do that. And he said, if you will do that, my 35,000 Oath Keepers will defend the White House. We will come armed and we will defend the White House. Now,
like a well-regulated militia?
Right. So Trump did not. Stuart Rhodes and the Oath Keepers did not. So there's no crime. And then a week later, a FBI CHS is secretly taping Stuart Rhodes, who is drunk in a parking lot in Dallas outside of a restaurant. And Rhodes says these words, "I wish I'd taken my rifle and put a bullet through Nancy Pelosi's head."
Jeez.
Now, he said that. And that's a horrible thing to say. But he said, "I wish I had." But he didn't. There's no crime in that statement whatsoever. But when you put those 2 things, you bookend both of those in front of a D.C. jury.
Your average leftist on Twitter says 10 times worse every day.
Absolutely.
Elected representatives
right.
wishing for Trump's death.
But when
it's almost as bad as holding up a decapitated effigy of Trump's head.
Yeah, but the D.C. jury pool is 95.5% Biden voters, right? That's the number. And so you put the bookend of what Stuart Rhodes said before and after January 6th on the screens, as they did in a multimedia psyop in that trial.
You paint a picture of a monster.
That's exactly what they did.
What I love about all this, did you guys see, and you've got this experience with your film coming up, but did you see the MSNBC interview of union workers? No. And they've got a panel of these guys, and they walk up and they say, "How do you feel about January 6th?" And the guy goes, "What?" And they're like, and then one guy's like, "Yeah, I think I remember that." And she's like, "Does this matter to you for the election?" And he's like, "No." People don't know or care. The Democrats have turned this into a off-Broadway play.
Yeah.
And most people are going to be like, huh?
That's what was funny about the movie. We went to D.C., we went to other places throughout the country, and we did kind of like man on the street type things where we just went up to people, "Hey, where were you on January 6th? What, and people are like, the same,
one?
Left, right, and center. Everyone's like, what? What's January 6th? No one cares. We also went around D.C. and we asked everyone where the January 6th memorial was. Can you point us to the January 6th memorial? No one could tell us, so we built our own in the National Mall. We built this little stone that says, "Don't forget to remember January 6th," and then we played music and we saluted it and stuff like that. But it really, I mean, no one knows, no one cares. This is all like a fiction that kind of just lives in the minds of these journalists and these leftists, and they're shocked when people don't. It doesn't register.
You remember that podcast? I think it still exists. Mueller, She Wrote.
Yeah.
You know what I think this is that when Donald Trump got elected, there was a collective brain shattering among many Democrats and liberals who were so sure that Hillary was going to win, and so these are people who are obsessed with mystery, crime, drama, wine mom types, and they were given that narrative. They were given that soap opera drama, and they wanted season 1, season 2, season 3. They are living in a paranoid, delusional state where they want their life to be a movie. I'm sorry, life is substantially more boring than movies. That's why we go pay to see movies, because they're intentionally crazier. So when they hear these stories, January 6th, they're sitting there eating popcorn and be like, whoa, what happened next? And they're getting the committee in D.C. Jamie Raskin, he's 20 minutes from here, 30 minutes from here, represents some of the people who work at this company as their rep, because we're next door to his district. He does this whole thing on the J6 committee where he's like, these are people who are advocating for January 6th. And in it, one of the clips he plays is me reading an article at Fox News being like, Donald Trump says the protest is going to be wild on January 6th. I was like, wow, I think Trump might be right, and that's it. He's saying that I'm advocating for something, and I was like, what? I read a Fox News article, dude, chill. This is the whole game they were playing the whole time, is to drum all this nonsense up, lie, cheat, and steal. Well, I ended up writing an op-ed being like, I literally just read a news article 3 months before January where Fox News reported Trump says the protests will be wild. And now they're trying to reframe the past to make it seem like there was a conspiracy. Well, these wine moms want their soap opera drama.
You hit the nail on the head with wanting to be in a movie. There's this tendency on the left that I see it everywhere. This tendency to kind of want to mythologize our reality. You see it with Ukraine. You know, that Russia's Darth Vader and Ukraine is Luke Skywalker. Voldemort. I mean, even Brian, who's the second Trump assassin? Brian something?
Ryan Ruth.
Ryan Ruth. Just reading what he wrote and hearing what he said, it's like he fancies himself as being Harry Potter or Luke Skywalker. And when you like have that delusion that you are the hero in this myth, you know, assassinating Trump isn't a deranged act of a killer. It's you're fighting Voldemort. You're fighting Darth Vader.
I mean, the joke we like to bring up, many people do, is what is the story of Star Wars and Luke Skywalker? It is a kid who lives on a desert planet who is radicalized by an old religious man who lives in a cave, and then he gets a cargo ship with some smugglers, and they blow up a military base.
Yeah, he's like the Taliban.
But that's the funny thing. I mean, Disney loves Star Wars, and they try to capitalize on it. And a lot of people might be like, well, but Darth Vader was evil and all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, but the joke is the framing of the story can go in either direction depending on how you want to look at it. He blew up a military base. Darth Vader was a disabled war veteran who was commanding a military of the Republic. And I will stress this. Tell me when, in any of the Star Wars movies, you see the Emperor do something wrong.
Yeah, well, and that's a huge misunderstanding of the purpose of myth on the left, is that, you know, people like Luke Skywalker and Harry Potter, in myth, they're Christ figures. That's what myth is for. It points us to Christ. And when you put yourself in that place instead of what it's supposed to be portraying, it gives you license to do all kinds of horrible things. Yeah, it's Satanism.
Satanism is not the worship of Satan. It is the belief that you are essentially the supreme entity of reality, that you can do what you want. There are rules to Satanist doctrine about, you know, don't harm others and things like this. But the core tenet is you live for yourself and for your pleasures with some restriction.
So just hedonism.
Yeah.
Basically. And that's why you...
And your truth is the narrative that you make. That's why they put so much into making these narratives, because they believe that they can speak reality into existence, you know?
But the dissonance over time has got to just be... I think that's probably what's melting minds. You start telling yourself things that are just obviously not true, and when you're presented facts, realities, you just how do you deal with that? These people have brain rot.
Well, when Donald Trump came down that escalator, heads were exploding. Since then, we are now looking at 9 years. As they say, every 7 years, every cell in your body has been replaced, and you are a new being. You are the ship of Theseus. That means there are people who are, in every cell, every fiber of their being has been built in the mythos of Hitler Trump.
Ooh, that's scary.
Yep. How do you rewire a brain that's been completely constructed around that narrative?
I think outside forces working their way in. How many times do you have to go grocery shopping before you figure out things aren't better?
I am so pissed off with them constantly saying the economy is good.
Yeah.
Nate Silver, I was reading the news the other day, and he's like, the economy is good, but it's not great. And I'm just like, have you been to the grocery store lately? I was just talking to Allison earlier, and I was mentioning that We got 3 bags of groceries. It was 1 blueberry, 1 blackberry, 2 things of raspberries, 2 coconut milks. I don't even know what we got. Some toaster strudels, and it was $130.
Yep.
And I was looking at the shop. I was looking at a shopping cart, and I was like, "Did we get meat? No, we got no meat. It was just I was like, I need to pick up some coconut milk for my protein shakes. $130, and they keep telling me everything's fine. Go back to sleep, America.
I told you this last time. My monthly grocery bill is $3,000. I have 5 kids. I have 5 kids, 4 teenagers.
That's what mine is, yeah.
So it's like
$3,000
a month. It's almost twice my mortgage.
I think it's almost tripled in
Well,
the last 6 years.
Have you considered getting chickens?
We do have chickens.
There we go.
We have 18 chickens.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so are they laying every day?
They're some of them are kind of falling off. We need to get some more, but we're getting a good dozen eggs a
Well,
day.
I'll tell you a trick. It's you put a rooster in there, and they will make more of themselves.
Yeah. See, that's what we're trying to get ready for Asheville, North Carolina, to happen in Ohio. So we have food.
Everybody knows I'm a big chicken fan because chickens are a birthright and a human tradition, and they make food for you.
My
And
wife
they are food themselves.
My wife is her family's immigrants from Germany. Their last name means chicken keeper in German, so
That
it's
is
like in her blood.
That is the best last name ever.
Yeah.
Chicken keeper. There's a really funny meme where a guy's talking about it's a 4chan post, and he's just like bored and depressed.
I'm gonna take a
Work
break.
sucks. One day neighbor gets chickens.
Take a break for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break.
was another shirt. Fuck. And I knew I thought it was gonna be that good. Back, guys. Stick in a long shower. I don't know.
I wake up to hearing clucking and funny sounds, and I look out the window and I watch them, and I just start laughing. And then all of a sudden I feel better, and now I look forward to wake up in the morning and watching them do their chicken thing. We're out here in the country, so people just let their chickens out. They've got these automatic doors on the chicken coops that when the sun comes up, it opens. And you'll walk down the street, and there's just chickens crossing the road, and they just do whatever they want.
You have problems with predators? Because we have owls and chicken hawks and
oh yeah, but
foxes.
People out here don't care, I guess.
They just replace them.
Get a good rooster or something. Yeah. Anyway, back to real news. Self-sufficiency is important right now because things are being run into the ground, costs are through the roof, and the chicken joke, though it is only half joking, is more about what are you doing to be self-sufficient as the machine in the corporate press. You know, I view it as some kind of like Lich King. It is an undead monster of an economy trying to tell you that the system is fine and to bow before it. And these people that follow it are zombified. It's actually quite creepy.
Look at the response, too, from FEMA after this hurricane. You want to tell me the government's in a good place right now? We can't even help our own citizens. FEMA is basically bankrupt, and hurricane season goes through November 30th.
Yeah, they said that, what do they have, no more money for hurricanes? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, someone had to pay all those illegal immigrants to settle in this country.
You can't look at these things. So the idea is that the hurricane went through a bunch of rural counties, a bunch of like red counties, but is it Asheville that really got demolished? That's a blue county. Yeah. How are those people going to respond to this? Because are they going to look at the government's being run the way it is and say, you know what, I want more of this. I just lost everything. Thanks for the $750.
Trump should get up at this rally tomorrow, and he should say, one of the first things I will do is an executive order to reallocate funding from foreign intervention and war towards the victims of Hurricane Helene and make sure that you get what you need. Talk to me. Mm-hmm. He's going to win over those counties instantly, and their friends and their families.
Easy win.
There's nothing going to happen before the election, though, because there's 25 affected counties in western North Carolina. Only 2 of those are blue counties, and that's the problem. And this
how are they going to vote? Like,
well, and this is, I mean, I should have wrote this for the B, but I tweeted out the other day that, in fact, Democrats should not be opposed to us going out in North Carolina and handing out and harvesting ballots to all these people, disaffected or, as I said, disenfranchised by a climate change event. So they shouldn't have any objections to that. Yeah. But that's exactly the problem. And I will tell you, because I'm technically a resident of North Carolina, although I'm never there. I spend 90% of my life in hotel rooms elsewhere. But the reality is that I'm very close to what's going on. I will be relocating there next week. As a matter of fact, I'll basically be moving into someplace in western North Carolina to cover what the government is and isn't doing there. But one of the things that I'm in touch with right now are the political operatives, GOP particularly, and what they're watching, what they're doing, and they are on it. And they're well aware that Governor Cooper, the Biden administration, Harris campaign in particular, are very, very much not wanting any relief right now to those counties, because relief means those people will get access to services. Access to services means they'll get their hands on ballots. And and we're talking about
that sounds like an attack on democracy to me.
All they need is 15,000, 20,000 vote differential, and they win North Carolina, and it's over.
Yeah.
Buttigieg came out and said, "Stop flying drones."
Yeah.
People are trying to rescue people.
It's worse
like
than
neighbors are trying to rescue neighbors.
That's what's so wicked about this. The fact that they, neighbors helping neighbors, people helping people. Whenever these disasters strike, we always see kind of this swell of humanity, and you kind of, partisan bonds are broken, and it's always kind of inspiring. We've seen it in past hurricanes. That just the idea that the government is going to come in and say, no, you're not going to help your neighbor. Your only bond should be with the government. It's so demonic and backwards. That they would do this to people.
The first boots on the ground up there were former Special Forces operatives providing relief. They're bringing in their helicopters,
like Oath Keepers.
That's what the Oath Keepers were known for. Yeah. For years, were doing disaster relief operations.
Yeah,
and that's what they were known for.
A good buddy of mine, Mr. Gunsinger, his name is Mike. Big gun tuber. This guy was, I think, in the Navy 20 years, Special Forces, but he's actually up there bringing in supplies.
So-
These are the heart of our
Yeah, so
communities.
this just happened. So FEMA finally gets there, yesterday or the day before, and they've got their truck. It's not a truck full of supplies. It's their satellite vehicle with all their forms, so that they can start signing people up for assistance and getting their $750. All right. So they pull into this big parking lot up there in Asheville, where the special forces have for a week already been delivering needed medicines, insulin, things like that, actual providing life-saving help to people. Now, they've been doing this for a week. FEMA representative walks over to the tent and says, "What are you guys doing?" They said, "Well, we've got medicines, insulin we're providing." And they said, "Do you have a permit for that?" And they said, what do you mean a permit? I said, "Well, you can't do this if you don't have a permit." And you know what the special ops guys did? Said,
"Screw you.
You F off, go back to your truck.
Yeah.
We're not leaving, and you're not making us leave."
The Appalachian people, they beat to a different drum.
Yeah.
And if FEMA continues to be FEMA and the government, they're going to find out why the Appalachian people are the Appalachian people. I heard also that they're pulling out survivors, wreckage, homeless people, and they're trying to put them up in hotels. FEMA has come in and booked entire hotels. So government employees are staying in places that people who just lost everything should be staying.
I just hope people vote against this. I hope they see what's going on. Trump was down there immediately. What did Kamala waited a week?
Well, she got there quicker than the border, so.
I think the big story is, we talked about this last night on IRL, that $640 million spent on rehousing and settling illegal immigrants from FEMA. So now their budget is strapped and they won't have any money for another hurricane, and they're only giving $750 anyway. Now the argument the fact checkers make is that's always been the cap. It's not Kamala's fault, and it's like
that's not true.
You're not going to make, but regardless, you're not going to give hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine and then say, well, we aren't able to help Americans that are suffering for whatever reason it is.
Hurricane Katrina almost 20 years ago, the average given out in checks for FEMA was almost $2,000. They also flew people out to Texas and a few other states and housed them there as well. So $2,000 20 years ago is about $3,700 now.
Yep. Well, the one thing I can say is FEMA giving $500 million to illegal immigrants means that the illegal immigrant border crisis is a federal emergency. And maybe that's the narrative we can go for now with there is a border crisis. The federal government's basically declared the illegal immigration to this country a federal emergency, warranting $500 million in funding.
Yeah, no kidding. It's going back to this idea of an attack on democracy in January 6th, just the idea that a few hundred people walking around the Capitol was the gravest attack on democracy that our country has ever seen, while they're ushering in illegals by the millions, is just insane. I mean, and the fact that people can still live in that narrative and believe it is, and the response from Republicans has been disgraceful too. I mean, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene and My Pillow guy Mike Lindell are like the only people out there speaking for these detained political prisoners, and the rest of the kind of like the respectable Republican class, they're like, I don't want to touch that. That's a little controversial. I don't want to look like I'm against law enforcement or I'm standing up for dangerous insurrectionists. It's really, I think the kind of the normie Republican set needs to wake up to the kind of government we're dealing with here.
It says a lot when you have to rely on a pillow salesman for strength and leadership.
Yeah.
And with all due respect to Mike Lindell, he sacrificed so much, and to this day they're having a hard go of it. I mean, their latest commercial is talking about how another big box retailer has just canceled their products.
I actually, I'm going to disagree. I think that being in politics, you're supposed to be a public servant. They should be people selling pillows, selling cars, just doing regular jobs. Those should be our politicians, people who are actually a part of us and live our lives.
Yes. No, I agree. I agree, and that's kind of the point. We look to our politicians, but the politicians we elect are people who are like, look, I'm on the phone to raise money, not to serve the American people.
Yep.
And it is the pillow salesman who says, I will put everything I have on the line to serve the American people.
I will tell you a story. So my wife is a part of a group called PMORS. It is Physicians Moms on the Right. And they got together, they went out to an event to go see a congressperson, I won't say who it is. And they flew out there, went to this event, this gala, and they had a nice sit-down chat with them. And it said, listen, I mean, I would love to do this for you, but your money would have been better spent if you just donated to my campaign. You actually might have gotten something done.
Wow.
That is their response.
Yep. They spend all the time on the phone fundraising. Marjorie Taylor Greene came on IRL and mentioned and told us this. I didn't know this, that when they're supposed to be voting on bills, there's like 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and there's some parliamentarian who's not the speaker saying, we got a bill here, and they go, we'll say it's passed, bang. And so Marjorie Thomas Massey and others started going in and demanding floor votes on all of these bills. And this is why they hate her and the other Freedom Caucus members, because they're on the phone in their office fundraising, and now they're being called to Congress to vote, and they normally don't have to do it because they are lazy and they don't want to. Well, I take that back. Lazy is the wrong word for someone who grinds their hands to the bone fundraising.
Yeah.
They are more so less inclined to do public service and just try and keep the position in office.
Yeah.
For what reason, I have no idea.
You said something a moment ago about law enforcement. The MAGA are supposed to be supporters of law enforcement, and we have through the Blaze we have shown that we have some federal officers who have perjured themselves in these January 6th trials.
Capitol Police.
Yeah, Capitol Police officers, including the guy that was on January 6th, the head of Nancy Pelosi's dignitary protection detail. And so this is irrefutable. I mean, we have them dead to rights. I mean, we have the video evidence. We have everything. Well, just yesterday when we released another one of our videos in this series about the Capitol Police, it's called A Day in the Life of Harry Dunn, Part 1. And when we released that yesterday, one of the first things that you start seeing up in our Twitter threads is that, I thought MAGA was supposed to love cops. You guys hate cops. And I'm like, you realize that it's the good guys at the Capitol Police who are working with us on this. And and I can assure you right now there's 2,000 uniformed Capitol Police that are cheering this video because those guys who perjured themselves in trials made them look bad.
Well, not to mention, when people were entering the Capitol on January 6th, police officers were taking selfies with them and shaking their hands.
Yeah.
There's one guy, you probably know his name. He's on camera speaking with the officers, asking them what they can do to assist the officers with getting people out, and then try getting people to leave. And I think they put him in prison, didn't they?
If I don't know that particular incident, but there are many incidents where that took place, and in fact, and let's go ahead and just dispel one rumor, and I know I get in trouble every time I do this. No Capitol Police officer actually opened the outside doors for protesters. That did not happen. I've been in the CCTV viewing room more than any other journalist on the planet. I have seen and I've watched the actual breaching of every door. It was protesters that breached every single door. There were 7 of them that they breached. Having said that, after they were breached and the numbers were overwhelming, some of the Capitol Police did hold the doors open.
And there was the officer who said, I don't agree with it, but I respect it.
That's correct. Or they said, I don't agree with what's going on right now, but you guys, don't, tear the place up. There were these kinds of conversations, and the conversation like the one that you just mentioned there, of what can we do for you? There was
there is an interior door that's on camera being held open by an officer,
Correct.
and then protesters come in, I think, in front of the officer or something like that.
Yep. And there's several examples of that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they opened the doors for Chansley into the Senate.
They guided him to the Senate and said, let us help you get there. And he walks by.
That was the funniest video.
Yeah.
He's got like 3 cops around him. They walk past like 7 cops, and they go to the door and they open it, and they say, here you are, sir. And he's like, thank you.
The guy carrying a spear,
My favorite was when the police officer comes in and he's like, hey guys, just so this is the sacredest place.
Yeah.
Like, can we file out of here? And they're like, okay, brother, no problem. It was all very civil.
And a guy with a rubber bullet stuck in his cheek.
Yeah.
And the cop, you need anything? He goes, no, I'm good.
Yes, you can't pray in the Senate chamber, but you can definitely film yourself.
Whoa. Yeah.
Oh,
right.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was an insurrection, right there.
Yeah, no kidding.
So for those that don't know, there was he got fired for this, but who was he working for? The staffer, so working for a Democrat in the Senate, I think, and he filmed himself. And the rumor is we've seen one video go viral where these 2 male staffers are basically insulting baby Jesus in this, and defiling the seat of our government. And the rumor is he's done it more than once. That they had been doing this frequently, and only one of them got posted. So
I'll bet it happens all the time.
Doesn't
God
shock me.
knows.
No, it's
what happens in the Capitol building. Oh.
I can't even begin to.
Madison Cawthorn tried
relay
warning us.
The story.
Yep. I
Yeah,
remember
right.
this. Remember
Yeah.
this.
That we're aware.
Crack orgies.
Yeah. And but that's
You think they're more
It's
or
in
less
line with what
wild
they
than a
want.
Diddy party?
More wild. More wild, do you think? Yeah, I mean, when I heard that he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil, I was like, he's got nothing in Congress.
That's like a Tuesday.
Well, and that's the rumored, and I guess we can throw rumors out here on this show maybe, but
I am pregnant, yes.
Kamala Harris was not where she was supposed to be on January 6th either. We all knew about that, right? She was actually at the DNC. She was scheduled 2 days in advance. This is in the Secret Service logging, their book records, is that it was a known fact that she was going to be at the DNC headquarters from 11:30 to 3:30. Now, the debate and the vote at the Capitol on her, coronation as, vice president is taking place. She's a sitting voting senator. She is the VP elect, and she has chosen not to be where the vote is taking place. Now, why is that?
I heard a crazy story just when I was at Rescue the Republic. I spoke with a Capitol police officer. I'm not sure if he was a former, but there's another officer who, and you probably know this. You probably know the story. He took it upon himself to evacuate members of Congress, and then he got in trouble because they did not want him to do that.
I was on the phone with him last night.
Wow. So can you break down the story for us?
Yeah, that's Lieutenant Tarek Johnson.
Yeah.
He was calling in he actually, start from the beginning here, his job that day, he was in charge of interior security of the entire Capitol building. That was his job as the lieutenant inside. You can hear his voice on the radio comms, Capitol Police radio comms, calling in for assistance early on in the battle. He's trying to set up decontamination tents for the officers that are getting hit with bear spray. He's calling for, water to be brought in to assist the officers in that regard. He then calls in the what they call the M4 units, the guys that are actually carrying the long rifles, the automatic weapons, because he says we don't want the. He actually says these words. He says we're not going to use deadly force. We need the M4 units to come in because we can't risk them being taken by protesters. The automatic rifles. So you see all the M4 units start coming in right about 1 o'clock, or right about 2 o'clock. And so once it was absolutely apparent that they were going to be breached, he started calling in to headquarters, to the command center, to the officers or the chiefs, the assistant chiefs in control up there. We need help. What do we do? I need directions. I need to know. And there's silence, total silence coming from the command center. No direction, no orders whatsoever. So he literally says on the radio, he says, I'll take the 550 and the 534. Those are like two documents, disciplinary documents. He said, I'll take both disciplinary actions, but I am evacuating the Senate now. You can hear him. We have a clear path out. Boom. And he does it. He takes it upon himself. He evacuates the Senate. 8 minutes later, he runs down once he's verified, and you can hear it all on the radio. Once it's verified that everybody's out of the Senate and he's safe, he runs to the House and starts the evacuation of the House. So he has embarrassed command now because he's taken the lead and probably done something they didn't anticipate, something that was not supposed to happen.
The implication, I suppose, is they wanted members of Congress in those buildings to be confronted by, at the very least, the rioters on that day.
That's exactly what they wanted.
The photos of members of the Senate being shoved or yelled at, whatever it may have turned into.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, someone asked me, because we were talking at the Republic event backstage, well, why would they discipline him? Why wouldn't they just tell him no? And because they don't want to be on the record in recording saying stand down.
Okay, I have his entire OPR. That's the disciplinary report, and I acquired that actually before I ever met him, and I've known him for almost 2 years now. Well, almost exactly 2 years now. And again, his name is former Lieutenant Tarek Johnson, and the one thing that he did that he became famous for was there was 16 officers calling in a distress call over the radio. It's all there. I have the radio comms. And when they called in the distress call, he got on there and said, okay, we need, because they knew that FBI and ATF SWAT teams were in the building. And he calls for FBI, ATF to come over there and help get those guys out. No response. He even tells them exactly where he is outside waiting for them, for the SWAT teams to come. They don't respond. You can hear him on the radio say, basically, fuck it, I'll do it. He's the guy that took the MAGA hat.
Wow.
Actually, a protester put the MAGA hat on. He didn't ask for one. Protester put the MAGA hat on him. He saw it and realized, this is my pass through the crowd. You know, this is the Passover, symbol for me to get through the crowd. So he is looking for now, again, it's on the radio comms. He's looking for a bullhorn. I need a bullhorn. Somebody give me a bullhorn. He's calling on the radio. Somebody, I need a cop to deliver me a bullhorn to such and such place. He couldn't get it. He says it again. Fuck it, I'll get one. And he goes and finds one himself from a protester. So then, as he's trying to get help, two guys standing next to him say, what do you need? Officer, what do you need? I'm former law enforcement myself. And shows him his badge. He's retired, so they carry those cards and everything. And he says, yeah, I've got 16 distressed officers in. I need to go get them out. And they go, oh, we're Oath Keepers. We'll help you. So one of them, 20 years law enforcement, former military as well, gets in front. He takes the bullhorn. He puts Tarek Johnson, Lieutenant Johnson in the middle. The other Oath Keeper gets behind him. They go up the stairs through the crowd, announcing to the crowd, clear the way, we're Oath Keepers, we're here to rescue somebody. The crowd goes, oh, Oath Keepers, they're the good guys. They're known as the good guys. They do disaster relief projects. They do security all over the country at riots, all over the country. They protect minority businesses in Louisville, in Minneapolis, in Ferguson. This is what the Oath Keepers do. They don't attack cops. And so they go up the stairs. They lead the 16 officers out. One lady hugs every one of them as they come out. Their people are high-fiving the officers as they bring them down the steps, led by a Capitol police officer with a MAGA hat on. So he gets suspended 3 days later, loses his job. He is placed on mandatory. Now, you can't believe that they can do this. They put him on home detention. What? For 17 months. He could not leave his house during workout. So his job, because if you're a job or your shift is a 7 to 3 or 7 to 4 shift, he was in home confinement during his job hours for 17 months.
Could he quit?
They were fighting. I mean, obviously they were fighting the process. And what ended up happening is when they did the disciplinary review on him, all of the disciplinary action is from 3 o'clock till he rescues. So they actually disciplined him for rescuing those officers. They claimed that he endangered them, but everything that he did heroically from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, not a word of it is in the disciplinary report, because that's where he embarrassed them, and that's where he countered their plan.
I think it's fairly obvious that Trump called for National Guard. They deny it. There were people, there are videos where people at the Capitol are saying to the police, stop this, why aren't you stopping this? And the cops are just standing there. And so I think it's fairly obvious the simple solution is they didn't want an evacuation.
They wanted a Reichstag fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to go as far as to say that they wanted anyone to get hurt, but they wanted that photo of a member of Congress terrified as a guy screaming at him.
I actually believe they did.
They wanted him hurt?
I believe that they anticipated that some of these MAGA yahoos were going to use their weapons that day.
Wow.
All they needed was a couple of rounds fired at a couple of U.S. Capitol police officers